him to do in the anti-racing Porsche.
Yeah, that's not over, is it? You know what, Bruce? I can kind of see that Mercedes Porsche battle. We're still going to be talking about this tomorrow afternoon. We've seen it before at the Nürburgring 24 hours. I'm reluctant to always say that in other places, but the Nürburgring 24 hours, it's just a game of nerves and it's a game of chess of just staying there and just keeping to a pace, albeit a very, very quick pace, but just keeping to the pace, keeping out of the way. And it seems that the teams at the front, the HRT, Mercedes and the Manthey team, have maintained the lead of this race from the very outset. And through various periods of very important tyre choices, they seem to have made the right calls at the right time, and that's why they're still at the front.
And the other thing you really have to try so super hard not to do is transgress pit lane speed limits. It makes us weep time and time again when drivers have a really good run. 133 is the latest class we pin for that. That's the V6, that's the production class Porsche 981 of Xavier Lamadrid and Maverick Max Girardo, the sort of auctioneer of fabulous road cars, and Nicolas Abril, 30-second penalty for transgression of pit lane speed limit. It's such a frustration.
Great battle with Maxime Martin in 5th and the 4th place, Part 23 of Siegfried. It's Newber Motorsport, it's against Fricadelli, and they're coming upon the barrier repair at Metzgertel. They'll then get back on it when they clear that, and they're nose to tail. It's the blue coloured Newber Motorsport leading the red and white livery Fricadelli car. I do the red and white for obvious reasons, Bruce, you've heard me. But they're now chasing down towards Bikes for Siphon. They'll go through the section, just getting past some back markers through the sweeping 3 apex turn of the Siphon, downhill towards that tight braking area, through the left-hander, then they'll go on towards Exmura, where it's a very similar corner configuration, sweeping right-hander into the braking area for a double apex leg. And then when they come out of that, they'll start going uphill now, and it's the run down to Bergberg, where the cars are now. It's still the Schubert car with Krohn at the way, the Hubert car, with Siegfried at the wheel of it from Maxime Martin in the Fricadelli, absolutely nowhere to have a go into Bergberg, heavy braking, down a couple of gears, maintaining the speed because it's now flat out all the way through this section now. And I'm presuming it's flat out, Bruce, because we've got a pretty dry track. So it's absolutely flat out before we start thinking about the tight right-hander just before the carousel through Hospital. And again, absolutely, you've got to thread the needle here. You've got to get your turn in absolutely spot on. The car maximising its speed, heading towards the right-hander now, and still no change as we continue to monitor their progress on the track. And we've got another incident with the number 71 looking like it's come to a halt just before Schwalbenschwanz.
Yes, yellow zone at Schwalbenschwanz. You're spot on there, Joe.
Yeah, the number 71 it is, Bruce.
That's the Pro Sport Aston Martin. This is a big disappointment for the Aston Martin fans that have been running pretty well in the SP10 class. That's the GT4, FIA GT4 class cars. But again, it's a chance for the drivers to make sure they adhere to the rules when they go through. Now, the gap between first and second is 1.6 seconds at the start of the lap. Michael Christensen, or like the race leader Manuel Metzger, had to slow down for those zones. But sometimes you can gain a tenth of a second here or there, or lose it in those moments. So it's up to both of these pro drivers to know exactly when to nail the throttle coming out of a slow zone.
Still that battle rages though. The Newber Motorsport Porsche leading the Fricadelli Porsche. It's blue and yellow that leads red and white at the moment, and these cars have been absolutely glued to one another. They're just coming out of, I think, heading towards the Flansgarten area of the track, which is another section. Yep, they're into Plants Garden now, just sweeping to the left, through the left to the right, over the rise there. Cars going very right through the right-hander towards Schwalbenschwanz, and then on towards the mini carousel. Absolutely nothing in it. They've got to slow down though, because they're entering a yellow zone just at Schwalbenschwanz. That's where the 71 car is being recovered, so it's kind of press the pause button on this battle.
Well, one of the difficult things, Joe, I was talking about how you have to be right on it when you get out of a slow zone to accelerate away, but Maxime Martin all but overtook Marco Seifried there, because the Hoover, as they came up on a slow zone, it's the Aston Martin being towed back to the end of the lap, and he got the nose of the red and white Fricadelli Porsche halfway up the side. Yeah. The Hoover Porsche in front, so nearly a transgression there. So it's reacting to slow zones as you approach them, and then when you leave them.
He was caught out slightly, wasn't he? They're into the sweeping right-hander. That's all important for the run down the Dottinger Hall, and we will see some slipstreaming coming into effect. It's the 23 ahead of the 31. Down the Dottinger Hall they are at the moment. As we look at the leaders on the Grand Prix tracker, that's where they are on the tracker, and they are nose to tail also, so we really need our heads on a swivel here, Bruce. I'm just monitoring the tracker here to see where the track positions are for the two battles. I suppose the primary battle we need to check on is, of course, the leading Mercedes number 4 being chased down by the Manthey Racing car 911, currently on the Grand Prix tracker, heading towards the Nordschleife as we speak.
3/4 of a second is the gap between the pair of them. Another flash of pink at the bottom of the timing screen. Slow zone, Schwalbenschwanz, that's one we've seen. Sorry, but heat. The yellow flag at 177, the Stefan Beloff S. So it's towards the end of the lap we're having the problems, the last handful of minutes. And let's hope that Aston Martin from Pro Sport can get fit. Car number 71, Joe. Back, upside back. It's more style than tracking.
Yeah, we've got our member, our Aston superfan, member of the collective, Sarah Rigby, who's just catching up with what's occurring here at the Nürburgring. And the sad news for Sarah is our lone Aston Martin entry has encountered some problems and been recovered back to the pits. Hopefully, like Bruce says, we'll be able to get that car back into this race. Still doing the barrier repair, I can tell you, Bruce. That's the update on the Metzgerfeld slow zone. And as far as I can gather, there aren't any other slow zones out on the circuit at the moment. So just the one, and that's down in Metzgerfeld. And I would think, Bruce, that all of our competitors will be aware of that section of the track now and be very wary as they head down through Ardenau-Forst and towards Metzgerfeld.
Still actually a code 60 zone, Schwalbenschwanz, just waiting. No, that's just now being cleared, sorry, just being cleared. As you look at the tickers, they move to a different colour and on. So I'd really love to see a lap where everyone can go for it without slow zones or interruptions, because I want to see what sort of pace they can actually achieve without interruption or slow zones on these slick tyres. A few laps into their runs on slicks now, some went out on intermediates and very quickly regretted it, including the number 1 BMW Rover Racing M6, that's down in 9th position. Don't forget, before getting the tyre choice wrong, they were running in 3rd position overall. So they were the ones that lost out by just guessing wrongly, let's say.
Well, the fog continues to come. We still can't see the castle, Bruce, from the paddock. And that, by all intents and purposes, Marcel confirms as well. So thank you, Marcel. That fog is coming. Not an uncommon feature at the Nürburgring. In fact, Jackie Stewart's greatest Formula 1 win was 1968 here, in complete foggy, hard to see conditions, visibility down to about 100 metres. and it was one of Jackie Stewart's finest Grand Prix wins. I think he still classes that as his greatest win. Here,
I think,
Joe,
I think he almost classes as one of his top 3 wins overall. Was he not racing with his right wrist in a cast? That seems to ring a bell for me. But the drive, it was rain and fog and everything, and he won that event by the best part of a lap. Think about that, a lap around here.
Yeah, and that's when there wasn't as much runoff. Try imagining that. It's hardly getting worse now.
I was going to say, they kind of produced it.
Yeah, they certainly have.
So 1968, let me just quickly check the margin of victory for Jackie Stewart. The Grand Prix of Deutschland and Europa. Oh, he won by 4 minutes and 3.2 seconds over Graham Hill, latest 49B.
And the lap time was about 8 minutes, Bruce? Well, it would have been longer.
Fastest lap of the race, because it was wet and foggy. Yeah. Stewart, 9 minutes 36.
Wow, incredible.
I think some of the people who were watching are still drying out their camping gear.
Yeah, I think so. And that was the 1968 race. My memory as certain.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Well, like I say, the fog, not quite as nasty the conditions here as it was in 1968, but the fog becoming ever present as the actual track surface certainly beginning to evolve and becoming consistently dry. Fog doesn't usually create many issues with regards to creating a wet track, Bruce. It just keeps everything cool.
Now, another thing, absolutely so, Joe, another thing you always have to look out for is cars that might have spun in front of you, but at a certain point around the circuit, some of the front-running cars were confronted just a few moments ago by lots of debris scattered left and right across the track, and though they managed to nix their way past it, including Matthew Goetz and Kelvin van der Linde running 10th and 11th, and snaking their way through. Can't tell you who's dropped it or where precisely, but getting some of that wedged under your car, or the debris maybe giving you a cut tyre, undoes all the good.
Yeah, that can cause problems, and so, like we've seen so many times, it's sometimes very, very difficult to just change direction. So like when you drive to the shops and you see something in the road, the cars are absolutely committed to the line they're on. They're full chat and absolutely committed. It's not just as easy as these boys and girls make it look by just changing direction. They're absolutely on the edge.
Indeed they are, but for now they're registering the fact that they can see where they're going, they can feel the track through their tyres, and now, as we approach the very end, it's just coming up to 8 o'clock Central European time, it's time for a handover for me, Bruce Jones, and Joe Bradley. It's time to duck out and watch it without speaking for a while, and hand over to John Heinhoff and Peter Snowden, ready to take over. So that's it from us. Welcome the new crew.
7 o'clock. Actually, Bruce, not 8 o'clock. You've just wished another hour away. I suspect that for some people that would be the case. Another racing hour starts right here, but not before we've done the hourly update. And as it's the top of an odd hour, we'll start with the AT category, and that is being led by the number 13 in 44th position, the Dodge Viper for alternative fuels. A few cars had a go at that. Porsche Cup car, which is the biofuel cars. Haven't seen the Mustang yet leading that category. SP10 is the Hoffer Racing by Bob Motorsport BMW M4 GT4. The number 70 is in 34th position. SP8 is, I've got to be careful here because there's an 8 and an 8T. And of course I'm looking at the wrong one. Novell Racing for Toyo Tyres, that's the Lexus RCF. Oh dear, what's happened to the GT Tyres 53, which was racing earlier on? I shall check that for you in a wee moment. 4 car then in 55th position and leading SP8. SP3T is the Andreas Gulden driven Max Kreuzer Racing VW Golf GTI TCR. It's number 10 car in 37th, a creditable 37th position. SP4 is the next category, and that is one of the older BMWs, the 325i 390. That is the number 325 car, putting in 89th position. In V6, Team Mathol Racing Porsche Cayman S is running 71st for the 132 car and is in the lead. In V5, that category is the Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche Cayman 981, and that is the 141 car in 98th position. In V4, which way am I going here? I need to go down a little bit for that one. My apologies. Oh, there we are. E9325, the number 151 car, is in 84th position. Fit2T, that I do need to go down another page for. Where's the mouse gone? I'm prepared better high enough and scroll down at the bottom before you need to. V2T, seeing on my screen there. I'll come back to that one. Yeah, that's not showing. And Cup S, we've got, Cup 5 that is, excuse me, I've been on writing. That is the 61st position car, just entered the pit actually, the 890 BMW CS, the M2. So now I'm going to be on a mission for the next hour or so to find out what's happened to V2T. Next hour we'll do the other half, and at the sharp end of the field, in SP9, of course, leading the race, it is the Bilstein EMG. I've said that so many times. Still leading out over the rest of the field. So just after 7 o'clock in the evening. And Peter Snowden joins me back in the Global Broadcast Centre on a track that is looking damn sight drier than it did when we left a couple of hours ago. So, yeah, exactly right. Is it the same?
I'm not sure it's the same race at all. Actually, I think Bruce and Joe have been talking about something entirely different. It is certainly changed, and everything's changed at the top as well. In some ways, apart from there's a pesky. We've got obviously cars in the pits now, but just the Fricadelli car quickly there. But the HRT Mercedes at the front now, Manthey Porsche in second, Christensen Metzger in reverse order there at the wheel. The Schubert Motorsport BMW M6 in third place with De Filippi in the Rover racing car. That was the defending champion and the pole sitter that was started by Nicky Katzberg. That car's down in seventh place. My apologies. That's the other Rover racing BMW that's up in fourth place. The 98 car, number 1 car, Jonathan Edwards at the wheel of that car now is down in 7th place. So all a bit of a change around the front. So Mercedes, Porsche front two, then a brace of BMWs, Audi, Porsche, and Lutronic also a little bit further down there as well. Then we get a whole group together. We have, however, got 15th, 16th, and 17th places in the pits at the moment. That's the Huber Motorsport Porsche. My apologies. Fricadelli Porsche and the Valkenhorst BMW. I'll try and do it in reverse order and got my mates mixed up there, my manufacturers. So we've seen quite a lot going on in the first hour or two. The second bit there that Bruce and Joe had a look. I've had some barrier damage, all sorts, but the track drying out consistently now. But I think Joe it was that was just mentioning, our colleague Joe Bradley a few minutes ago, that the fog is now starting to appear. Now it doesn't dampen the track, as Joe just said, but it does of course affect visibility. It sounds pretty obvious, but it depends on how much it comes down. We are in the Eifel Mountains, and we were talking yesterday, well, you guys were talking yesterday during the qualifying sessions about what was going on at Spa, which is only about sort of 60 kilometres away, and it's often it's maybe not an exact reference, a little bit of a guide what's going on there, but the rain they've had at Spa, the entire meeting that's running there this weekend has been cancelled to the point that the track at the source, the corner there, the track has been lifted by 50 centimetres.
18 inches, mate.
50 centimetres. I mean, you need parking sensors for that.
Well, you'd hit it pretty hard if you reversed into it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, wouldn't you just? So it can happen, and we said at the very beginning of this, didn't we, John, at the top of the show, that you can't call a winner, you can't call a winner, you can't even try. But one thing that we know will have the biggest winner of anything taking place in the North Life is always the weather. And Bruce and I comment on this when we covered this for Radio Show Limited when on the NLS events, and they're just a 4-hour race. This is a 24-hour race, and so it has a greater effect. As we said, multi classes. That is another element of the 24-hour racing. We saw some images there, John, we were able to talk about with some of the faster cars coming through past the slower stuff, and the speed differentials was absolutely phenomenal. And that's where you've got to hope for in a faster class car that the driver in front stays where it is, looking in his mirrors, and it's we always say it quite easily that it's always the faster car's responsibility to get around a slower car. It's an ethic of the track of track driving, whether it be a simple track day, a Grand Prix, Le Mans, 24-hour here at the Nürburgring. It's always the faster car's responsibility to get around the slower car. But what you need then is you need some compliance, you need some consistency from that, and you need the compliance of the slower driver being experienced enough or disciplined enough, more importantly, that when you do have, let's just say in this case, an SB9 category car, i.e. a GT3 car, and you're in a TCR or an M240 BMW, whatever class it may be, a cup class car further down the field, you've got to stay where you are, you've got to stay on line, do your own thing, and let the others get round you. And it's quite daunting and tempting, I'm suggesting, to get out of the way. Talking of TCR cars there, the 113 Golf, driven by Wolf, that's the Wolf Muller, Gurian and Garn Golf 7 TCR car. That's got a lot of damage, front left and front right. So that looks like it's been off and rattled against a barrier, tapped the front and tapped the back then, so it sidestepped itself against a barrier somewhere. I'm guessing it's also got the front left tyre disintegrating or delaminating quite excessively. So I'm not sure which has been cause and effect there, but that's the 91 Golf 7 from the TCR category. That's going to be a slow journey back to the pits.
I would say that's been in the barrier left-hand side.
Yeah.
Well, as you say, whether the tyre put them there or vice versa, because there's damage at the rear on the left-hand side as well. In fact, I think he's got a rear left puncture. He has.
Double whammy to get it back to the pits. Front right, left front and left rear. Look, the left front's completely delaminated. In fact, it's the outer sidewall that's all that's remaining on that car, and the left rear is going down. Just looking at the bodywork damage there, so quite surprisingly, it looks like it's clouted the front left, then kicked the back or kissed the barrier with the left, and just taken some of the bodywork off there. So that'll be a long trip back to the pits, that for the number 91 car. It will make its way back at the pace it's going. There's no smoke, no damage in terms of that, not creating any further damage. But of course, it's now another hazard, if you like, for other cars approaching. There will be obviously appropriate flags out there. You can see the Opel Manta out there, the Foxtail car still out there, one of the fan favourites. Great to see that still out on track. But the TCR Golf will proceed back with as much caution as you can, as much pace as you can, to get it back in one piece. But of course, that is going to make life interesting for other cars approaching, and just not what you want, a slow moving vehicle on the track. But it's part and parcel of the North Life, especially the 24-hour races around here. So not quite the order we were expecting at the front here still. The defending champions, the Rover Racing BMW that was started to say by Nicky Katzberg, the number 1 car, proudly carrying that number 1 from winning the race last year. Currently in 7th position. Yep, as it stands at the moment. Some 58 seconds off. The leading gap is between Metzger and Christiansen in the Mercedes Team HR, Team Mercedes, over Christiansen's Manthey Porsche is 8.7 seconds. We've got some 20 hours and 18 minutes left to go, so we're almost getting to sort of 4 hours in. KTM Crossbow into the pits. That's the 110 car. That's coming for, I think, look for a regular pit stop there. That's Merle bringing, that's the Teichmann Racing KTM Crossbow that's in the GT4 class. 19 laps completed, and that's brought itself into the pits there, and just around it, that's in 61st place at the moment, but the 60th and 62nd place cars there, so the Novell Racing Lexus and that's the RCF Lexus, and the FX Performance BMW 330i, those three all coming into the pits together, so 60th, 61st and 62nd into the pits together. Track now clear at Allenberg and Fuchshold. That's good to have that clear. 9.5 seconds the gap's gone out. It was 8.7 on the last lap for our leaders. And our 10th place man, the Maxi Goetz, brings the Get Speed Mercedes into the pits as well. 22 laps completed by I was going to say the top 10 cars. It's actually top 9 cars, and right on cue had, in fact, well, technically it has now because Muller's now played, but just because taking the in the pit lane, across the line there, sent the centre across there, so the top 10 cars have now completed 22 laps. The Dacia Logan still continued to run, had a couple of rotations, as David Coulthard would say. That is the number 110 car with one of our favourite drivers at the wheel of that, Doom. And if ever there was, we can't do the stereotypes, if ever there was a name to get Peter Mack saying, that's got to be. I wasn't going to do it. See, I wasn't going to mimic it. I wasn't going to go that far.
Well, I've got Scottish heritage.
You see, exactly. You're lead. You're allowed to do that. So I just sort of gave you the intro and thought you might not pick up on it, but you did. But that's still. It had a couple of rotations. We said on one lap, actually, I think it was well, about sort of half an hour or so ago in the definitions on the Grand Prix loop. But it's still out there running. So a whole clutch into the pits at the moment. In fact, 10th, 11th. 10th through to 14th in the pit, so that's Goetz, Ragginger, Baumann, Bastian, Gunon in Mercedes, Porsche, and in fact all Mercedes but one actually. So that's the Maximilian Goetz in the Get Speed Mercedes, followed by Ragginger in the Falcon Motorsports Porsche, and then the 4 Mercedes in a row, the 10Q racing cars and HRT and Get Speed of Baumann, Bastian, and Gunon. Great to see the Viper still going out. It's one of the older cars in the series, but it's also.
Is that your Peter arrived?
What happens when you turn it back off in a break and forgot to turn it back on again? My apologies. Yes, the Dodge Viper out there, the GT3 Viper there, of Charles at the wheel of that. It's one of the last Vipers, but I thought they'd stop racing those these days. But it's great to see it out there in the 24-hour.
Running on the alternate fuel class, they have, over the years, messed around with various Vipers, and sometimes only run 8 cylinders out of 10. But they're back, I think, to the full 10-cylinder car there. So Kevin Estre leading by 4.3 seconds back to Eric Stoltz. So that at least has remained the same with Mark Tomczyk behind the wheel of the 3rd place car. Now, so they've swapped positions since we were last talking to you. It is RSL_studio, hashtag RSLN24 if you want to get rid of us. Get rid of us? Well, actually, you know, if you want to talk to us. Manuel Metzger and Michael Christensen driving the leading 2 cars. They've both been out for 6 laps. Jesse Kron was out a lap longer. They had a very short run, actually. Just a 2-lap run in that Schubert Motorsport car. Conor De Philippe been out 5 since his last pit stop, making 4th. That's how it stands.
So our gap that we were talking about, there was 9 seconds just, is now down to 5.1 seconds. So Christensen in the Manthey Porsche on a bit of a charge there, trying to erode that gap down to the HRT Mercedes in front, the number 4 car driven by Metzger. And Christian doing a fantastic job. I would still say that Manthey they've got a bit of a record, a bit of a history around this circuit, to say the least, and certainly in 24-hour races. So I would say that there's a good opportunity for that car still there. 5.6 seconds it is. Just going to quick look at the sector times, and it's the fastest car on the circuit currently is interesting. The number 1 car, Jonathan Edwards, back in the Rover Racing M6 BMW. That's back up to 6th place. That's just set its fastest first sector, and by some as well. Good half second there. It's only 1 sector. I know. Actually, sector 3. My apologies. But just we'll keep an eye on that one. I'm surprised that's not back up in the pointy end of it, as it were. So we've got one of the, of course, one of the Fricadella cars that was in the dropped right down the order whilst it was on Joe and Bruce's watch. The 91 Golf has made it back to the pits, looking decidedly second-hand. I think is probably the best way of describing that Golf at the moment. But it's front left tyre, as I say, just the inner sidewall and tread have gone. Well, there is no tread, but where the tread would be if it were to slick, if you know what I mean. That bit of contact patch has gone completely. The outer bit is there still, and the rear tyre done almost exactly the same, looking like a deflated kid's swivel. It was an intermediate tyre that was on the back there, so I might explain that. So driver out, and that car will be popped on its jacks, I'm sure, and popped into its box to have some work done. That's got quite a bit of work required on that. It's actually not as bad as it looks. It's the front left is a lot of it is just tyre damage, I think, and it's bodywork. Just looking at
I love your boyish enthusiasm.
Well, just call me the happy optimist. But you know, inner wings and all that sort of, it's bodywork that's come off mostly. So as you say, we're not sure, John. We speculated whether it was. We didn't speculate. We tried not to speculate as to what was causing effect there in terms of the tyre. But I wonder if it's just had a run off the track somewhere because of the tyre deflating, and then he's kissed the barrier, and that's taken the bits of bodywork off it. But the bodywork isn't there for them to put it back on and have good old tank tape put on it to get it through. So unless they've got spare panels for that car, that's possibly going to continue the end of the race like that. The headlamp was there but not operational. We're needing that in the next few hours. The Grello car, the number 911 Manthey Porsche, with pedaling by Christensen at the moment. The gap dropping down now. It's we're talking about 4.3 seconds for the lead over the HRT Mercedes. So Manthey got just a little bit of history at this circuit, to say the least, especially in the 24-hour races. So they'll be keen to establish. I'm surprised they haven't sort of put it up at the front there already, because that's what they'd like to get there really quite quickly and then kind of manage the race from there. But their efforts to lead the race outright consistently has been thwarted by Team HRT, with Metzger at the wheel, currently in the GT3 car. And the Schubert Motorsport M6 is now into the pits. This is the 3rd place car. The number 20, that's now into the pits. 23 laps completed by our top 3 runners, to say Schubert Motorsport car, just tripping that transponder, as you like it, in the pit lane. And we also have, yes, that's the Chrome car, the number 20 car that's into the pits. And I think it's just been rotated. I'm not sure, making sure it wasn't being rotated into its box, but of course it's been rotated on its go jacks to its 45-degree angle for refueling. Just getting up to 8 minutes short of the 20 hours to go, which just sounds quite ridiculous. It's effectively, this is one of the races that were the NLS races that Bruce and I cover for radio show. It would be 8 minutes off the end of a race. So 4-hour races for the rest of the season, but this is a 24-hour race. And it's hard to get your head around it sometimes, just quite what that is. Your drivers get a rest, or you don't really get that much of a rest. You're always on alert, or you get a little bit of kick, but it's not quite the same thing. It is a 24-hour marathon, but of course the car is the bit that goes through and does the whole 24 hours. Yes, it changes tyres and obviously gets refueled, but the poor old car has to do the whole 24 hours. And it's we were talking a bit earlier on about how 15, 20 years ago it was still a reliability race, where the cars, you know, if you had an issue or attrition or whatever, something broke down, that was that. It was just kind of accepted. It's now completely reversed, as John and I were talking about earlier, that you don't, the cars don't break down. It's almost always, certainly I'd say well into the 90% or more probably,
Correct.
of outside influence that causes a car to retire, i.e. damage, tyre, failure, punctures, thing like that, whatever, contact, whatever it may be. There's a whole multitude of them, but the cars are so reliable these days, which is a testimony to engineering and development of engineering and race cars, which transpires down to road cars, of course, through this this series of racing is development. That's exactly what it is. But the cars are now just so reliable. We expect them to do a 24-hour race, and in fact we're almost surprised when they don't, if something breaks. It's just unheard of. Which the other side of that, the net effect of that is, of course, that the racing has become not so much of an issue regarding looking after the vehicle. It used to be 15, 20 plus years ago, you had to look after the vehicle a lot more. These days they've got so many systems on board, and I think it was Thursday actually when John opened the show, and we had an interview with Klaus Bachler, and he was just saying that it's a series of sprints now. That's exactly what it is. The cars are driven virtually flat out, each of their stints. There's no looking after the car, being kind to the gearbox, or doing this or that. I'm not suggesting they're the opposite and cruel, but they're so reliable. They can just run right through to the end of that, and we're still surprised when if anything happens. We've also got the Valkenhorst BMW into the pits, I think. Just looking at it, it's not up on my time screen, but I'm sure I've just seen that there. The Valkenhorst car into the pits.
That must be well done.
Yes, it is. It's a 101 car.
That was the David Pittard car that was delayed earlier on, wasn't it?
Yeah, with Ben Tuck at the wheel, so the 36. So
they
I'm glad my eyes not deceiving me.
They hit the barrier in the first few laps, didn't they? And that was the issue there.
2 laps down that car now on 21 laps, but as I said, in 5 minutes' time, we've still got 20 hours to go. So good to see our KTMs out there, the 110 car that had a few issues a little bit earlier on, but good to see that plugging away still. And very soon we're going to start getting into another change of condition for the circuit. Not so much just the track conditions, but of course the next big factor. We've had the rain. We've had a nice dry start. We've had the damp. We've had the bit where we've gone from slicks to wets to intermediates and back to slicks again. And now, just to add in another layer, we're going to have fairly soon, or fairly short, next short while, a change of light, which adds just yet another dimension. Some drivers, John was alluding to this yesterday when we were doing the top qualifying, the TQ and the shootout, that because it was we delayed for quite a while whilst it was precipitated, shall we say. Some drivers relish those conditions, and some in the wet, and some drivers relish the dark as well. There are a few weirdos, and I would say that because I classify myself as one of those, that enjoys the wet and the dark in a racing car, and I'm not quite sure why. I think it was the wrong ECU, and I think it was wrong genes. Now we've got a Viper, very
the AT Viper is involved.
Track sideways. It looks like, is it not?
It's a Cayman. It's a number 87
car. It is, yeah.
And that car is sideways on the track. This is up at the top again. We've seen so many incidents in the same part.
Yeah, it's Branner in the 718 Porsche 718 Cayman, and John, there's some.
Stefan Branner, that is the Munich-based driver.
I think there's front end damage to that car. I think that's been off from the barriers and come back again, and that's where it's resided. Just looking at some damage on the side of the track, and I just wonder if that's what's happened. It's no, this is when we had issues earlier
It's
on.
coming to
wasn't
the
it?
end. It's coming to the end of the lap. So coming off the Dottinger Hole through a Tiergarten, and he's rolled. It's rolled. The car actually went over. It was over on driver's right. Great avoidance by the Viper, and straight on clips the curb, hits the wall one side and then the other, and it's been over at least once. So right at the end of Tiergarten, and I think that might have rolled twice, Snowy, actually.
Yeah, it did.
It's
I don't think is it Tiergarten?
yeah, it's right at the end of the lap, I think. Just coming out from underneath the bridge. That's where. Oh, it's at the end of the foxhole.
No,
it's the end of the foxhole,
Yeah.
heading up to Adnau
Yeah.
Forest. Yeah, sorry, my apologies. No, I was right the first time. It's Tiergarten. Always go with your first instincts, I think. No, it is Tiergarten. The trees are looking particularly well in leaf this year. The car has rolled off the circuit, but it has been upside down. So a nasty moment there for that Porsche. Stefan Branner sharing the first three from Grunwald and another Munich-based driver, Andrea Schlafitzel. And this has caught up the leaders. Awful lot of Porsche bits on the road to drivers right at the end of the lap. That's going to take a bit of clearing up, and it's going to require it hit the bump just wrong, kicked it out. So coming up the hill to the braking area, the first left, you don't brake there, but there's a little ridge in the road, and that just kicked the back end out, which pushed him wide to the right hand side. That clipped the curb. He's already sliding with the back end going out to the right, car turning to the left. That catapulted him into the inside wall on driver's left, flipped the car over, and whilst it was rolling, it rolled all the way back to the other side and clipped the other barrier.
Well, it's back on the wheels. Let's hope, Rob, you say it's gone over that bump, and it's just basically snap over steer, hasn't it?
Yes, exactly so.
So just flip the back out,
braked,
and it's hit the curb, and it's just that double whammy, the two together. If he'd caught it, that's it. But unfortunately, it's flicked it onto the curb.
Just a little pass. There's a little rise just before the first of the left-handers coming into Tiergarten, and that's pushed him wide. He's hit the curb on the right-hand side, which has speared him across into the Armco and started the roll, which then pushes him into the right-hand side, and then he's rolled a bit further and ended back up on his wheels, almost at the end of the Armco on the left-hand side. John Edwards immediately coming past one of the cars there where the green flag was. That is a big roll there.
And it just goes to say what we said before, isn't it, John, about the narrowness of this circuit, the lack of width and the lack of run-up as well. If it were Grand Prix part of the circuit there and that had happened, it'd have just caught it, it'd just been a moment and a little bit of a pucker up and carry on with it. Unfortunately, the track's so narrow there, hasn't got away with it.
And also, of course, it does mean that they're going to have to put out the yellow flags quite a long way back. Stand by, we've come to the end of another racing hours, only 20 hours still to go. So let's take a look at how they stand at the top end of the field. It is still BMW that is leading, and they have done a really good job in the last few hours. So Connor De Filippi leading John Edwards from Sven Muller in the Rutronic Racing at number 3 Porsche. And then all coming into the pits, 4th through to 8th. Manuel Metzger for Mercedes, Michael Christensen for Manthey Porsche 911, Nicky Ting for Phoenix Racing GmbH Audi, then Van der Linde for Audi Sport Team Land number 29, then Alex Imperatore, also No, Krohn hasn't come across the line yet in the Schubert Motorsport car, but I think he's just pitted, if memory serves. So those guys who have just pitted were 7, 6 and 8 laps in, and so they were coming to the end of their pit stop anyway. Now you might ask yourself, dear listener and viewer, why would those guys come in when they had another lap probably in the tank? Well, the question is, that's a slow zone at the end of the lap, Peter, at the inordinately fast part of the circuit, which isn't going away any longer, so they might as well take the shorter pit stop now, do a driver change if that's what they're going to do, get service, and then basically come back out again and see where they are. I think that's really sensible. The Porsche back on its wheels, by the way, the number 87, the Cayman GTS.
I think it actually landed on its wheels anyway, John.
Probably might be right.
You just made a statement there, which I'm going to back up now, and I'm going to give you a warning here now. So, ridiculous statement coming up now. You said there was ridiculously fast parts of the Nordschleife.
Yes.
There aren't many slow parts of the Nordschleife.
Well,
a little bit on the Grand Prix circuit. I'm not trying to contradict you at all, John. I'm just saying it's a roller coaster, quite literally at some parts. Never mind the altitude changes, and that's it's caught out that 79 Porsche.
It just goes to show though, Pete, what we were saying earlier on, doesn't it, about the we were talking about the narrow margins that there are here, and we saw there. I don't really think, if I'm honest, that Stefan Brenner did that much wrong at that point. The car just took a nasty little hop, and at that point I'm not sure there's very much you can do about it.
I was saying that exactly the way it goes up there, and I said, had that been a few moments later on the Grand Prix circuit, had that change of tarmac and that surface there caused that little hop as it did, and that's all it was. He wasn't offline or anything that particular. It's just caught it out. It's almost like a bunny hop.
It's exactly what it is.
Giving it a snap oversteer. And had the track just been wider, let alone and not that curve where it bunny hopped, jigged to the right, and there was a curve there, and it's just kit it. You say it's almost like sort of skiing on moguls, isn't it? It's gone over one, off another, and it's an accumulative effect, exponential. And all of a sudden, flip, and all of a sudden, perfect storm, and the next thing you know, he's going over, and not once but twice.
And once you get out of sequence with those moguls, perfect. Who's the description by Peter Snowden there, then you're in trouble, and at that point it's a pinball, because the car's sideways, it's into the wall, it starts to roll, and of course you're not in control. Nico Bastian just coming through that area of the circuit now back onto the start finish line and carries on. Now, a moment or two ago, the Frickadelli car getting turned around by BMW number 331, and was that connection with the wall? That's
it was on the inside. It was. Sorry, John. I didn't mean to cut across it. It just clipped it, and it's just on the. It's turned that Frickadelli Porsche around twice, but the end of that second rotation, it's gone into the barrier on the outside. Not particularly heavy, but enough that it's going to make you wonder what's going to happen with another 20 hours of the race. Sorry, 6 minutes less than 20 hours of the race to go now. Not what you need, and certainly not what Frickadelli were wanting. Double winners the last two rounds of NLS with us in the 6 hour. They've been right up at the front there. Great. Just didn't see it coming. We've talked about this time and time again, haven't we, John? And we will continue to talk about it, and I'm sure our colleagues will exactly the same. But these slower class cars, it's multi-class racing. You've got to hope they see you, and I think in that case, it looked unfortunately like they just didn't quite see the Frickadelli car there. But all of a sudden it's there, and they've just ever so gently tagged it. And I'd hate to say it's a racing incident. It's not like somebody's gone for a gap or somebody's trying or whatever between two peer-related classes. That happens. I just think that was just pure misfortune, and it just got tagged, and round it went. It's a damp track, and it's spinning twice, and it's connected with the barrier. So there'll be some damage on that on the meatball Porsche there, the Frickadelli one. It's not their race at the moment.
No,
But
really.
there's plenty of time to go.
And nobody's saying, by the way, that the driver of that Adrenaline Motorsport BMW, it's a G20 car, it's a 330i, and it was Philip Lyson who was behind the wheel. Nobody's saying, as Peter said that, this is not deliberate, but it's just not good. Oh, and the Manti car, Manti car's just been off as well, pushing far too hard. With yellow flags out and slippery surface flags coming out of the Hatzenbach on the run down to Flugplatz. And Matteo Caroli has scraped the wall. There was a lot of dirt on the inside of the corner there, and he just skated off on it. But there was slippery surface flags there,
which might give some credibility to the BMW that tagged the Fricadelli Porsche off. Just exactly the same part of the circuit. Maybe he's already having his moment, and he just can't do anything about it. And he's unfortunately gone and tagged one of the leading cars, and he will. I'm sure if that's what's happened, he will feel awful about that. But it's just a change of surface again. It's the Nürburgring. It's what it does. You get a little bit period of settling down, and it just says, hang on, I've got something else in my armoury here. I'm going to throw this at you now and just see what happens. And that's what this place does. And that's why it's such a challenge. That's why drivers and teams and fans alike just adore this circuit, because it is a constant challenge. And just when you think, it's almost like Jaws, isn't it, back in the 70s, just when you thought it was safe, it isn't. And something else occurs. But the Manti Porsche there, I would have to say, that was, if it has got away with it, that was I was going to say a lucky scrape. Well, it's exactly what it was, a scrape with the barriers on the right-hand side. But that could have gone in any different angle, done a lot more damage.
Do you know straight away, Peter, on something like that, when you're driving the car, whether you've done a bit of the tour on either the front or the back? I mean, with a bit of luck, you'd have had the front wheels nearly turned straight there. It didn't look like that had caused him too much of a problem, but you've got to worry about the camber on the rear wheels on that Porsche as well, and whether it's just not something out of true there, because this is a place you don't want any induced rear-wheel steering.
Not really, no, not any additional steering, enough from the driver input. The first thing that happens is that there's an expletive that you can't repeat, certainly over there.
Inside your helmet.
Inside that comes out. If you're brave, you might put that on the radio to the team, but probably not. The second thing, as you say, straight away, is to start to feel what's happened, and often it's collateral damage. And so you might, if it slapped it completely sideways there and hits the rim on the end of the wheel, what can happen is it might not damage the rim, but it can send shockwaves down that does something internally, suspension, arms, etc., etc. Rover Racing BMW into the pits, ready for a driver change. That's Philippi, isn't it, into the pits in our number 98 car.
Yeah, and that looked rather like Marco Wittmann for my money, about to get into that car, as Connor De Filippi is already out. Connor helping bolt his teammate in as the team rather leisurely go to work. You won't see 2-second pit stops here. The situation is that there's a set pit stop time, and there's plenty of time really to do tyres, driver, and get the fuel in. Oh, now there's a bit of shouting going on there in the background of the BMW team, and they wanted to get the car turned around to 45 degrees. In the meantime, the number 19 Conrad car is in, and I thought for a moment that was going to get pushed into the garage, but it's not. She's turned around on the dollies. I do notice, by the way, that the Falcon tyre logo that is on the BMW, the Walkenhorst, the Rover Racing car that's just come in, they've put it on it's a requirement. So they're a sponsor of the whole event. They've put it on the louvres, Peter, on top of the wheels, and so it's there, but it's almost completely unreadable for the car that's running on Michelin tyres.
Funny that, isn't it? Yeah, who'd have thought, eh?
Who'd have thought it? And the Fricatelli car has stopped. The Fricatelli car has stopped. You know, that's funny. I was just watching the lap times.
I think there's fluid out of that car, John.
Yeah, I think there is. And who did we decide that was? Was that the 31 car? You should be able to check on the tracker and see if it's stopped there, Pete. Cairoli is still running after tagging the wall, but I wonder if there's been a secondary incident, because there was a BMW there as well. So maybe that was a bigger shot.
31 cars on the Dottinger at the moment, so it must
be
be
the 30. So there we are.
Well, according to the tracker, that is moving, but very slowly, having just come out of the carousel, heading up to Hart, which the highest part of the circuit, which wouldn't make any sense to me, because we just see it stationary on there. So unless the track is not quite up to date, we'll just keep an eye on that.
What was the red and white Porsche?
Well, that's what I was thinking.
Could it have been? Because it was definitely a red and white Porsche, and my mind immediately went to one of the two Fricadellis, either the 30 or the 31 car. Now, and it did look like an SP9 car, if I'm brutally honest.
Well, it's exactly where I went with it, John. What are you thinking? I'm just going to scroll through images of participants.
I'm at a loss to explain that. Let's see if we can find out. As Nico Bastian is coming to that area now. That is the Fricadelli car.
Most emphatically.
That is the thing. I am absolutely positive that is the Fricadelli, one of the two Fricadelli cars.
The 31's on the pit straight, and that's just gone past the pits.
Well,
Federico Pile at the wheel, that's running in 11th at the moment.
Really? Well, let's see if we can work out what's going on with that. It's a very, very odd one. 30 car, so it's the 30 car, and it's got left rear puncture, but it is now moving.
Right rear.
Right rear, yes, thank you, Peter. So it was a Fricadelli, and it's now moving again after that tag. That was the side. That wasn't the side that was tagged by the BMW. It was tagged on the left-hand side.
That's right, because it went round, didn't it? It went round the BMW on the left-hand side.
You're absolutely right.
Did the right rear, tagged it, spun it, tapped the barrier. So it was where it was tapped.
So that's going slowly. And
so I think the tracker was virtually right. So it is moving slowly. So that's the number. Just to clarify, the 31 Fricadelli car, which is now up to 9th for Pile at the wheel, and it's the 30 car that is returning to the pits very slowly with a right rear puncture, we think, as a result of the contact with the BMW at the beginning of Hatzenbach, going out onto the Nordschleife. So that's going to be a little way back, but it's got most of the circuit to run yet, but it will find its way back.
Yeah, that's an odd one. That is an odd one. Unless it was stopped because of another incident, but it was definitely stationary for a while. That number 30, if that indeed was the car. And working on information that we're gleaning from tickets, it's Earl Bamber behind the wheel. Yeah, did a 4:11. That's what I was looking for. Did a 4 minutes 11 in what is, in fairness, a long sector 5, but that's 3 times longer than it needs to be. So that has been standing still for a little bit.
Now, John, we were talking about fog, and we've just been looking down the pit straight, nice and clear. See the pits, almost at the pit exit is like a curtain, a wall of fog as it starts to go onto the GP circuit. Now, that's one thing. If it's that on the GP circuit, what's it going to be like on the Nordschleife? Fog, visibility reduced, and we're heading towards night time anyway. Why ever not? How many more things? Do you want a challenge? Do you want to just go around Silverstone and just do a 1.5 minute lap and just keep going around for 70 times? No, let's go to the Nordschleife and do it properly. Let's go around for a day. Properly. Proper racing. We're biased though, aren't we? So Rover Racing BMW, last year's winners, and therefore defending champions, naturally. John Edwards at the wheel of that, the number 1 car, carries that number 1 proudly from winning last year. New Code 60 at Fuchshold again, and leading up into Adenauer Forest. That's just going to try to see who that's for. That's for the 171 car, which I'll just tell you what that is in 1 second. He lied, it was slightly longer, but not much longer.
Sorry,
that's the Cooper Leon competition car. That's the Bonk Motorsports car. Always worthy of the name check.
Peter Bonk is driving as well this weekend, but I don't think he's in that car, if I'm right in saying. Yeah, he's in one of the SP3 cars, if memory serves. Matteo Caroli is back up to speed. We've got a fire truck on the circuit, and he goes straight by that Golf pickup truck. He heads into the Cracciola Carousel. Got a blue Porsche ahead of him,
Which is flashing his lights out
that's not,
already.
That's not for position. That's a Cook car. Right indicator on from that car, trying to stay out of the way. I've got a feeling that that was the... Well, no, it wasn't the one I thought it was. Might have been the 350, the Black Falcon Team Identica car, but that car had its problems earlier.
And I said that car was out.
Yeah, I thought it was out. But that was definitely a Porsche Cup car.
But just slightly odd today, Matteo Caroli was flashing his lights at him, so he indicated right to get out of the way, and then didn't get out of the way. It's just like, well, if you're going to do it, do it. You've signalled. I mean, you don't have to signal on the racetrack, but he did it. So I'll have to say, as the faster driving approach in that, if somebody's kind enough and courteous enough to say after you, Claude, and indicate I'm going out of the way, unless you just knocked the stalk, you then didn't do it. And that's exactly how incident's going to happen, because it looked like he's going to, then doesn't.
This is going to be a long code 60 at the end of Tiergarten, because they're doing barrier repairs. As the 18 Mustang indicates right coming through the final part of the Nordschleife, and John Edwards takes that to mean he's going to pit, and then goes round him and pits himself in the number 1. 71 car, non-respect of code 60, and that is going to be a very big penalty indeed for the Pro Sport Racing GmbH Aston Martin. Well, that car's had problems anyway. That's the Guido Demery, Maxime Demery, Alexander Walker, and Walker, excuse me, and Michael Hess. That will be a 1 minute 32 second penalty the next time they are in the pit lane. Remember, you do not have to make a special visit down to the pit lane for penalties.
Well, there's our number 87 Porsche. It is being brought back to the pits on the back of a flatbed.
Hey, I tell you what,
it'll take a bit more than polishing out, but it's repairable.
I'll tell you what, Peter, that cage has done its job, hasn't it? Because there was a few dents in the roof, but the doors were still able to be opened. That's a cracking...
I think it's fair to say they can reshelve the cage.
Yeah, possibly.
With a better description of the repair on that one.
It didn't look nearly as bad as I've seen cars that they've had lesser looking accidents. That was a spectacular accident. They're not in the right way. Earl Banks made it back to the pits in the 911 GT3R for Through Beer and Klaus Abelin's Frickadelli team. A rueful, I think it's fair to say, Kiwi, who was coming round. Let's see if I can identify the Beamer. Yeah, 331. It absolutely was the 331. Tapped the rear of the car that spun Earl round 1.5 times. Let's call it 2. 1 3/4. That's punctured the right rear Michelin on that car, and that was right at the end of the Haxenbach before they head out onto the flat out run up the hill. And so that's 3/4 of the, maybe even more than that actually, 8/10 maybe of the Nordschleife before they get the opportunity to come back to the pits. What I can't tell you is why that car was stopped for such a long period, Peter, partway around that lap, and that is still a mystery.
Well, it was because the tracker didn't relate that, convey that at all. It had it moving a totally different part of the circuit, which slightly worries me because we do rely on the tracker. There's a slightly greater depth of information sometimes. But our former race leader that's in the pits now, we've got 3 BMWs in, 3rd, 4th, and 5th at the moment. It's the Schubert M6 first, and then the 2 road racing cars. That's now been squeezed because of the gap there. So Yenli is now back in the number 1 car, and we saw some stunning qualifying, didn't we, yesterday from Nick Yenli, where it was. There are just sometimes, isn't it, John, when you watch a lap and you just. We're commentators, we're supposed to talk, but there's sometimes when you just watch it going, I'm not quite sure what I can add to this. It was extraordinary from Nick Yenli yesterday, but he's now back out in the Rover Racing defending champion car, the M6, and of course the M6 being on its swan song, really, isn't it now? It's
New M4.
New M4 coming out. It's competitively priced at nearly quite a bit more than its rivals, shall we say?
Is that right? He says
it's a little bit more. It's a good 50,000 euros more.
And what are we talking about then for a GT3 car now? Forget about a spares package.
400,000 euros.
There, give or take.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting. I remember when we were first working on the Selena 7R, which was a GT1 car, of course, in those days, and people said we wouldn't sell it for £200,000. It was too expensive. Extraordinary, isn't it, how times change so quickly. The low cloud or fog still over parts of the circuit, but it's patchy, and at ground level actually isn't affecting the visibility as much. Those of you with access to the internet, wherever you are in the world, you can get the onboard cameras, even if you can't get the cut pictures. And looking out the front of some of the cars, as we've got the ability to do here, in fact, as have the drivers, as we saw the view, that was the Land car earlier on, wasn't it, checking the what the conditions were further round. We've got another
empty flatbed going on the way to pick something else up, so that suggests that there's collateral, John, from that other bit. Then again, hardly surprising on a circuit that's 25, 26 k's round. It's not really surprising, is it?
No, not at all. So trying to get into a rhythm is the job now for the next many hours. We haven't done enough laps yet to be able to give you an idea of where we might be at the end. The distance record is 159. That's the magic number as far as that is concerned. And it's still that number 4 AMG GT holding out.
I know I bang on about this, and sorry for repeating myself, but there's a piece of this circuit that always stuns me, and it's the Hatzenbach. And I'll tell you why. Not just because it's the beginning of the Nordschleife, but it's the transition. You've used the phrase quite a lot during the qualifying, John, of having to recalibrate, driving to recalibrate your brain when you're driving this circuit. You do a modern Grand Prix circuit. They held a Grand Prix here last year. A modern Grand Prix circuit has to have a certain amount of width, runoffs, etc., nice wide spaces. I think you could refer to them kindly earlier on as car parks at the side of the track. We used to have gravel traps. That's exactly what you've got on the Grand Prix circuit. You get to the end of that Grand Prix circuit and you don't turn right and restart the lap again. You turn left and go onto this Nordschleife. And the first bit you encounter is the roller coaster of the Hatzenbach. And it's not even a ribbon. It is fast. It's fast downhill. It's a ribbon of tarmac. It's a thread. It's a sinew of it down through that. And then you've got a bit of grass either side. And I think Bruce used the phrase earlier, there's not even a verge. It's a fringe of grass at the side. And it's that sudden change of that. And if anything exemplifies that or illustrates that recalibration required, is you've just come off a modern, contemporary, fully spec FIA Grand Prix circuit. You turn left, And all of a sudden, it's never mind elbows in, it's breathe in, elbows out, breathe in, quite the opposite, the narrow bit, don't get it on the grass, because what's next to the grass? Barriers. Yeah. And there actually isn't even a car's width of grass on the right-hand side down there.
It's that, you come on, you do that almost hairpin on to the Nordschleife, and you go right out to the right-hand side into the old pit lane exit there. You put your right-hand wheels over the white line. And that first downhill left-hander, it's not very quick, but it really sets the tone, because the inside curve looks like a small garden wall, and you roll out the outside curve, you don't really want to be anywhere near, and then you're picking up speed so quickly down that first right that by the time you get to the second right, you're in 5th gear at that point, and it's just about on and off the throttle and watching it. It's really bumpy there, even though it's been resurfaced. I think you're spot on. I think it's a real culture shock in that respect, coming off the wide open spaces.
And think of another factor, John, also, is that the growth of cars, now the sheer physical size of a contemporary GT3 car. You've only got to look at a Fiesta on the road. It's so much bigger than the original Fiesta. The road cars have grown bigger and bigger. Our parking spaces in supermarket car parks haven't grown with them. You've only got to have a what we think is a medium-sized car now and put it on into a car park space on the road, and you know how tight it is. Big sports cars, Ferraris, Porsches, they've always been big cars. Now they're even bigger and bigger. And all of a sudden you go to this narrow bit. You're threading a nib down the street. It's like trying to push a cow through a cat flap down to the Hats and back.
Another non-respective code 60 for another 1 minute 32 penalty. This time it's going to go to the Müllner Motorsport Porsche Cayman, number 309. This is one of the 718 Cayman Club Sports. That's a 982 in Porsche type number. So next time that one's in will be sitting in the penalty box for 92 seconds. I think Yellowly trying to make a bit of progress at the moment as he comes down through Flugplatz, heads towards it's just heading down towards Brunchen, isn't he? Still some hardy spectators there. A few tents have been pitched as the photo vault a little more visible. And now he is on the second part of the Hats and back and blasting down through the super quick areas. The Cayman in trouble on the Grand Prix circuit, just ploughed straight on. I remember that Tangerine one, we've talked about it before.
That's been off there. Is that the beginning of this? Is that turn 1?
No, I think that's coming out. Oh, it might be turn 1, yes. I think it's the 311. Yeah, we've talked about this car.
Now that's what went off before, didn't it? It swapped ends and went in and bounced off the barrier and came back out again. So it's
FK Performance GPR. Jens Motorfink, Nico Otto it was, who went straight on at turn 1, like the clappers when he was aquaplaning.
I know what it is.
What is it?
He's done his Ringo, got his reserved parking space right there at turn 1. Using it up.
I think that's what it is. 311. Let's see. Hopefully it's not Nico Otto again, he's going to incur the wrath.
It is turn 1, John, but it's the second part of turn 1. It's the second part when you turn right. There's obviously the track goes straight on there, so there's a gap. Effectively, it's closed at the moment for this configuration, but normally the gap's there. So there's it was the previous bit on the left it went through, and this time it's on the right-hand side. So not lucky for that Porsche. So let's hope it's not Ottoman at the wheel. I don't think it was it this time? New slow zone on the main straight, which I guess is possibly as a result of that.
It was Torsten Volter, the Berliner. Actually, that's not right. Berliner is a small donut.
That's something to tell them. Yes, as in JFK, ich bin ein Berliner.
Yeah, yes. I am a small donut.
Yes, and one of those immortal lines in history.
He is from Berlin. Crossed the line for the number 911. That's another lap completed for Manthey, and for Matteo Caroli. He's just under 50 seconds behind the leading Team HRT, and straight into the slow zone for that stricken Cayman. It hasn't moved, it's dug right in, and the snatch tractor is on its way to pick it out.
It's on its belly there, isn't it?
So we've just gone through another hour. It's just after 8 o'clock, and it really is just after 8 o'clock here. So time to look at the even hour updates. Manuel Metzger leading in SP9 for Mercedes Team HRT. It's Franck Mayer behind the wheel of the SPX leader. That's the 704 at the Glickenhaus. They're in 22nd position. Cup X, True Racing, KTM Crossbow, very famous name around here. It has a Stuck behind the wheel. 25th position for the 114. SP Pro is the Black Falcon team car, 911 GT3 Cup MR. That's down in 119th place for the 350. That's the car that had all the problem earlier on. In SP8T, that's another Black Falcon car, this time the 36. That's doing much better in 29th position. SP7 is Huber Motorsport in a GT3 Cup car. It's number 80 in 32nd. GT3 Cup car, up in the up nearly knocking on the door, the top 30.
Very impressive.
It's a cost-effective way to do this race and do it very competitively. Remember, there were 32 GT3 cars. And
you call me an optimist. Cost-effective and motor racing in the same sentence. Come on, John.
Yes, I'll move swiftly on. TCR. All right, well, there's a TCR in 33rd for Hyundai. The Manuel Lauk in the Elantra in the 830. That's 33rd, the 830 car. In the BMW 240i class, which is the old Class 5 cars, that is Adrenaline Motorsport, and they're in 83rd with that car. Cup 3, they're up in the top 50, well inside the top 40, in fact just inside the top 40. W&S Motorsport Porsche Cayman, the number 302, is in 39th position. And finally, for this rundown, SP4T is another Porsche 718 Cayman. Got about every version of that. That is the number 718. And that is in 65th position and leads its class. Paul Marquardt would be delighted to see all these 718, or all these Caymans at least, leading their class. I can't remember if it's a 987, I think, that Paul is driving now and enjoying every moment of it. Fine choice. Cayman S, I think it was, that he and Travis managed to get their hands on, and having lots of driving fun in that machine. Thomas Priding respecting the code 60, coming up to the scene of that scary looking accident. Driver, by the way, was taken away. Seen walking from the car to the ambulance.
Best news of the race.
Yeah, that's good. And that's long since gone, as is the car. So what's keeping that at code 60 at the moment is the barrier repairs, on which subject I should say, by the way, oh, and good news, we've got Torsten Volter back into the race.
You say good news, he's now weaving around the track, throwing all the gravel out of that car, so it's good news for him, but not everybody else on the track.
No, indeed. I was going to say, the barrier repair is a subject on which the authorities here are assiduous, and I think rightly so at this track. 3-layer arm core at most of the places around the track, and anything that could be called even minorly substantial, if those two words can go together, and I know they probably can't.
They can't now.
They have now, but it might not have been brilliant in terms of English. But if there's any kind of visible damage there, they're in there with the gear and the replacement barriers. They're checking the upright stairs and the bolts around it. They make no bones about the fact that they want to do that. Through the Schumacher S for Preining. Sun beginning to fall down in the sky. Official sunset tonight on the 5th is still a ways away, 21:38, so 22 minutes before 10. So, and then we would expect to see the sun in the morning, fog permitting, at 5 or some 7 hours and 45 minutes of darkness. One of our less dark races when we talked about 13 hours plus for Daytona 24 and Dubai 24. They vie for where we are in the universe, what time of the year it is, and all that sort of stuff. Just a few days here and there can make a difference.
Second ridiculous statement of the hour coming up. There's different types of darkness as well.
Oh no, I completely. But this is out the forest here is proper dark.
Le Mans illuminated.
It is now.
It's like driving in Dubai. It's fine. It's no problem.
Dubai. Now, interestingly, Dubai isn't though. Dubai haven't got the round the track. I know what you mean about driving in Dubai on their roads.
That's what I meant. Sorry.
But round the track at the Dubai Autodrome, there's maybe a couple of lights on one. There's a light at the end of the middle. But that's about all. Daytona fully lit, like a stadium.
You were quite right to correct me there. I meant Dubai.
No, I realised that.
Yeah.
I realised that.
Obviously, ran out of money for lights at the Dubai, the Motor City circuit.
We'll have enough electricity there, apparently.
Exactly. I didn't do some camels on a treadmill or something like that. Let's not go there. But Spa, for instance, the pits is illuminated. Then you come down out of Eau Rouge, pop out of Eau Rouge at the top at Raidillon, and go basically into the woods, and it is pitch black, and that is quite extraordinary. And just seeing the Alessio Piccarelli there in the Falcon Motorsports Porsche at the correct speed, not breaking any rules, anything wrong, but there's an intervention vehicle and a flatbed on the right hand side of the circuit, and just sides his way by. Where I'm glad I'm not a track worker, let's put it that way.
Down to the bottom of the hill, the bridge at Adenau, and now starts climbing back up again. Still that slow zone towards 60. The foxhole issue has been cleared. It clears backwards normally from the incident. So Adenauer Forest was where the issue is, but still at Tiergarten the issue persists, and this is an issue of track barrier repair. So remember, dear viewer and listener, some time ago now, we were talking about drivers taking pit stops slightly before they needed to. Well, they've all come in again since then. It goes so very, very quickly, doesn't it? But they are getting 8 laps out of the tank now, easily. Not having to worry about saving any fuel. Get a few extra litres for the Nürburgring 24 per stint than they do for the NLS, because the NLS of course uses a slightly shorter version, Peter, of the Grand Prix circuit. It goes down to the first hairpin before coming back.
And you were mentioning earlier, John, about our listeners the world over, and we just mentioned about Dubai. We have a man that races in 24-hour races quite a lot in his Citroen C1 24-hour race they had only last weekend, but he's out works out in Dubai, Nick Payton, and he's got a new team going for this year for his Citroen C1, which is I believe is going to be called Team Tagnut, and not quite sure where he goes, but he's a banker. He knows what he's doing. He's out in Dubai, and wishes he was out. He's done lots and lots of laps around the Nordschleife and is building up to getting into the 24-hour race apparently.
Which is not something you can just turn up and do. We've had a number of tweets at RSL_studio using the hashtag RSLN24. I used this analogy the other day. I'll change it up a little bit now.
Clean it up for air.
I said if multiple world champion Lewis Hamilton wanted to come here, but if pick any great sports car driver, Stefan Sarazan or Alan McNish. I know he hasn't got a driver's race license now, but even in his pomp, if Tom Christensen had wanted to come here, you can't just rock up here and say, oh, you know, I've got an international A or a super license from the FIA, I'll be doing the 24-hour race, because the organising body here, ADAC, will be saying, I think not, actually, because we're going to put you through a rookie course. I'm sorry? A rookie course? Yes. You'll have to do some classroom sessions, and then you'll have to be shuttled around the track. We're going to show you the track, and we're going to give you some information. Then you're going to do some slow laps in lead and follow, duck and drift, and then you can go out and do a Nürburgring Strecke. And you have to do, and I'll get this wrong, but I think it's 13 laps, or maybe 14 laps, of an NLS race in a car that is limited to a certain amount of power. Permit. And at that point, if you can go on to do what you want to do in the big race and do the GT3 cars, and that doesn't matter who you are. And I have not one iota of issue with that, because of the nature of this place. You wouldn't have had to do that when you were here.
No, didn't have to do that at all.
No, the rookie orientation.
Yes, had to do that. Yeah, as a basis, but it was quite funny for me, because you had to sit down with an official and say, right, what have you done? What's the last race you did? So and so. It was like Spa. What was it in? Group C car. Okay, right. So that's not an issue. So you're going to be right with a Mitsubishi Lancer, hopefully. What I love your description there of Lewis Hamilton rocking up here and just being presented that 7-time world champion, and you can't take part in this race. And you're like, you serious, man? Like,
yeah, no,
we're deadly serious.
No, it's deadly.
You sit in the classroom. I just love that concept.
Sitting at the back.
If ever there was a show made for TV, it's putting Lewis through that. Well, that would just be brilliant.
Well, Martin Brundle did it.
Compulsive viewing.
Brundle did it, and then went and raced with his son Alex for Aston Martin. Finished second in class, actually, in NLS race, not in the 24. In the 24. I think he did. Yes, he did in the 24. I'm awfully sorry.
Alex won his class in 2019.
Yeah,
but Martin did it as well.
Yeah, very, very good fun. And if you can find that on video channels, it's called the Bruckels Take on the Nordschleife. You can recognise some voices in there. It's Johnny Farmer's voice, who was in that a bit as well. So the Fricadelli car that was brought back to the pits by Earl Bamber with a right rear puncture, and therefore had in fact stopped on the circuit. I don't believe that car suffered any other damage. That was a 3-0 car, wasn't it? And I think I've just seen that car back out again. Yes, I have. Nick Tandy, the man from Bedfordshire. He is in that car. Nick Tandy, who has a penchant for building RC remote control model cars, has just completed a rather stunning Mark II Rally Escort that he was showing some video of. And the Corvette driver, of course, he's got a larger scale Corvette C8R, which he took up to a bit of private ground that has some runways on it. And this RC car, which is about probably 18 inches long, beautiful model of a C8R, using some clever GPS bits and pieces, was timed at over 90 miles an hour. Not scale speed, actual speed, pushing on towards 3 figures, quite extraordinarily from Tandy. So let's take a look at how things stand at the sharp end of the field. It's Team HRT by a full minute now. 4 visits to the pit stop, and Manuel Metzger will be due in the pits in about another 4 laps time, depending on the conditions and how many more slow zones. We get Matteo Caroli in second position for Manthey Racing. It's 25.26 seconds on Jesse Krohn for the number 20 from Schubert Motorsport in the first of two BMW M6s in the top six, make that three actually. It's Kuno, it's not Kuno Whitmer at all. It's number 98 Rover racing car, and that at the moment is being driven by Marco Wittmans of the Whitmers. Mixed up there. Nicky Team is in fifth in the number 11 app, right in behind that though. The Krohn Whitman team all separated by a little under 7 seconds. Then Nick Yaroli for Rover Racing in the number 1 car. He is 32 seconds ahead of Rennie Rast for Audi Sport Team Line, who started from the pits lane. 31 car is in 8th position for Fricatelli, the better placed in the 2 cars. And behind that it is KCMG quietly going about their business. Alright, 2.5 minutes down, Mark Mulholson behind the wheel of their 911 GT3R number 18, and they are 9 seconds ahead of the 23, Mark Seafried in Hoover Motorsports 911 GT3R. That's your top 10, and just outside the top 10, Romain Dumas for Rootronic Racing, that's another Porsche. Maxi Goetz for Team Get Speed in the 7 AMG. Nico Bastian in 13th for HRT. Team Get Speed second car with still only half a lap down really, that car at the moment. And that's got Jules Gounon driving that car, which he shares with a really good lineup there. Dirk Muller, Fabien Schiller, Mathieu Vaxivier as well. Beyond that, it's the Vulcan Motorsports number 44, which we've been seeing quite a lot of out on the circuit, because it's been driven with some verve by Alessio Pincariello. Then it's Sammy Martin-Trogen, just as good in full metal racing as he is on the eSports with the 102 10Q Racing Team Howard Plus Mercedes, the Falcon Horse Motorsport BMW, that 10Q Racing Team Howard Mercedes has Dominic Baumann behind them in the number 40 car. Then Thomas Pryning, Falcon Motorsports number 33. BMW Junior team running a little further down than they might have liked. Still in with a shout and still very much on the lead lap with Dan Harper from the Sheffield area, from Northern Ireland, the Northern Ireland Hillsborough. He shares with Max Essenil, Verhagen and Augusto Farfus. And behind that car to make the top 20 is the Phoenix Racing number 5. That's how they stand in the top category, with still, it's 20 past 8 in the evening. We've got plenty to go. The story of the race so far has been one of changeable weather conditions, and that dominated the first few hours of the race. Even as far as on the warm-up lap, the formation lap, race control saying they might require a red flag that if the weather got too bad. It didn't, and the race start happened, but the rain dropped fairly quickly after that, and we saw at one stage absolute carnage up at Schwedenkreuz at the top of the hill there, just before dropping down to Arenberg in the Foxhole. There was at least half a dozen cars off there within a few seconds, and super driving by the following cars to miss them and turn it into an even worse situation. Pretty much as soon as the rain came, it did stop raining, and it just dried pretty quickly, and in the space of 90 minutes or so the track had dried up. One or two cars did take the gamble at the start of the race to go out on wet weather tyres. That really didn't seem to have paid off, and they came in pretty early. Ultimately everybody had to go onto full, and I would say probably whatever version of monsoon slicks they have. The competition on the circuit just as tight as in the pit lane, with Martin Tomczyk and Kevin Estre coming out of the pits close together, and an immediate mistake by the number 4 Mercedes as it rejoined the circuit after its pit stop almost gave Kevin Estre the opportunity. They had a pretty good battle actually through there. They were swapping places. Dries Venter was going great guns until he wasn't. A tiny little right rear drop off the circuit as he was climbing up towards the hill before Callenhard, and he put the front of the Irish Sport team Phoenix in hard to the right hand side. Again, no chance for Dries to be able to recover that, and that car did make it back to 15th, having to undergo some severe work on that car. Then the big incident down at Tiergaard, which has got us still under a code 60 there, was the one of the Caymans that actually rolled twice there. Even the best at the front of the field, Matteo Caroli, not exempt from making mistakes. A little bit of dirt on the track coming out of Hansen back, and he ran that car down the wall. Some very sad looking cars, including that number 87 Cayman. Glad to report that Stefan Branner, the Munich-based driver, was taken away in an ambulance, standard operating procedure, but was seen under his own volition there. That full court, that code 60 there, Pete, is still going on because of barrier repairs, but we have got another car stuck out on the circuit, the distinctive angel eyes.
Corona ring lights that you can see there. Exactly, that's identified first. Before I saw the number, how sad is that? I'll just get my BMW spotter guide out and put that away again, and I'll go back under the rock, shall I?
I think that's the Schubert Motorsport Cup 5 leader in class BMW M2. I'll see if we can get that confirmed. It's the number 890 if it is. They're running down in 63rd position. Hello to Lars Klaviter, to Chris Suku, Jonathan Main, Dave Monks, all tuned in. The Bonk Cupra also has had a problem as well, the 171. That car we were talking about a little bit earlier on, Peter, that had a problem out on the track, and I think that's come back on a flatbed because it came in eagle-eyed. Jake Parrott watching that coming in, not by the usual route. Yes, because the tracker, even if the flatbed goes off the circuit and out onto the public roads, the track is still working, and quite often you'll see a car going round the surface roads that are the public roads around here. Much easier, by the way, for cars to get back to the pit when that happens, and it doesn't, outside assistance doesn't end their race here. It's very much encouraged to get the cars back running again. It's Matteo Caroli shaves down the inside of an AMG, that was the CP racing car, Charles Putman et al. But a point that somebody was making earlier on, Peter, is it was a lot easier for teams to get around here. And if you do have a problem, instead of it taking sometimes hours to get back on the flatbed, then 15-20 minutes once they're on the public road.
With hours of the race to go, so that's just brilliant. And it's again, it's I hate to say it, not stereotypical, but the German efficiency. It goes back to what you said, John, about the licensing process, how you have to go through it. Lewis Hamilton can't just turn up here 7 times from the world champion. No, you can't do it. Tom Christensen, 7 times, 9 times in one winner, isn't it? 9 times? Yeah, 9 times. Yeah. He can't just turn up and do that. He's got to go through the process. Such is the scale of this place, and quite rightly so. But that efficiency filters down through all levels, as you say, not just the driving on track and the processing and the licensing, but the efficiency of the barrier repairs and everything else. Interesting, just we were talking earlier, John, about the weather over at Spa, only a few 60 k's away, but yesterday created a lift of the track at the source, i.e. the first corner of the circuit there, by 50 centimetres. Belgian efficiency coming into play as well. That bit of surface is being resurfaced already today. Really, that's being done as we speak. Unbelievable. lost revenue, I guess. Kind of the track not working, so
Such good supercars this weekend, and they've had to cancel their event, haven't they?
I guess we've got to let the tarmac settle, let it cool down. But so we're just getting up to we're 3 minutes off, 19 hours to go.
But you know what?
I'm worn out already with all this excitement.
Well, it's good. I like this. I know. I know that we are a long way from being anywhere near the end of the race, and we've had quite a few incidents that have caused slowdown zones in the 60s. But this is still running at a pretty hectic pace, particularly at the front of the field. And the best lap has been an 8:34, so still about 25 seconds or so, maybe a bit less than that, 20 seconds, let's say, away from what we were expecting. But we've not really had the clean track that we wanted to. So I'm still hopeful we might get somewhere near 159 laps, somewhere near. And I'll keep an eye on the predictive. Oh, big incident. This is one of the Black Falcon. It's the 306 Cayman, and that is a lot of steam and smoke that's been in both ends. I'm afraid for that car. That is going to cause another slow zone. Sorry, that's the G-Tech competition car, not the Black Falcon machine. That's the Jan Jaap van Groen, Tom Coronel, Maxi Kurtz and Alex Kreuger car. And that has done itself some serious damage on the right-hand side. The leader was in that area. Has that happened right in front of the leader? Yes, it has, coming to France Start 2. Just understeered off to the left-hand side. Great flag work. Absolutely brilliant flag work by the marshals. And whoever was driving that 306, I don't know if they had much control of the car at all, but they did absolutely the right thing to stop the car spinning right out in front of what would have been, Peter, a completely hapless. It was Tom Coronel. I was just looking down to see if it was Coronel.
Not
Coronel,
like him.
Not like him to make the mistake, but my goodness, he avoided something worse there by keeping the car from spearing back on the track and locking the middle pedal. The Matteo Cairoli car was following on behind. The leader had just gone through, and Cairoli, if that car had come off the track there, Cairoli was an absolute flat out. Flansgaard is so quick. The distinctive bright yellow helmet of Tom Coronel out of the car as he ruefully walks away with barely, well, I was going to say barely a backward glance.
I'm going to suggest something here. I know we don't like to speculate, John, but I am for a moment. You can just bear with me. I'm going to suggest almost a car failure or something there, because that is so unlike Tommy Coronel. I've had the pleasure of driving with him years ago. Well, I wouldn't say the pleasure. I can't tell you why it wasn't a pleasure, but I'll tell you off air, and you decide whether we can mention it next time.
Anything to do with the damn suit?
Correct.
Yes. Right off, there shoots. Yes. He scores.
Yes. Not the message you want to hear from an outgoing driver as you do a driver swap, and sitting there thinking I'm sitting in. Yes,
and it's not mine.
Exactly. Yes, a Dutchman.
Did you reckon that right rear was gone then?
Well, I don't know what's called. I don't know. I wouldn't go that far. It's just looking at where it is.
Did the marshals get the double
It's
yellow?
just not like Tommy Coronel. Not putting him on a pedestal, anything. But it's just not like him. I'm just very, very surprised.
Just on 8:30 Central European time, we start another hour of the race with just under 19 to go and a slow zone in Flugplatz for Tom Coronel and the 306 Porsche Cayman G-Tech competition in the black and blue colours, which is why I thought immediately a Black Falcon car. So apologies for that if I panicked anyone who's particularly following those machines.
Now fog starting to really descend at the end of the GP circuit onto the Nordschleife of the Hatzenbach, and just watching Carioli there in the Mant are going out onto the Nordschleife. We've said already it's daunting enough coming off the GP circuit, that hairpin, as John described it quite rightly, onto the Nordschleife there, but the narrowness of the track there, that recalibration of your brain every lap, every 10 minutes or so, or just under 10 minutes, as you rejoin that. But the fog's starting to hang into the trees there now as we're heading towards sort of dusk and twilight in this, and it's the visibility is starting to be really effective. We're now starting to see just tail lights of cars as opposed to the silhouettes of cars, and I reckon the next hour or so it's going to be very, very different. Fog bringing that in even sooner rather than just fading light.
Yeah, absolutely right. Hello to Richard Bradley. Hello, Rich. I hope you're well. Hope Peter gets some sleep before next week, racing in the Sterling Moss Trophy at Thruxton. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
What you're in, Pete?
The affectionately known as Maureen. You know what Maureen? You know who Maureen is? It's now officially over there. The 1952 Aston Martin DB2, which, as far as Rich is concerned, because he races a 1920s or a 1930s car, apparently I'm driving a modern GT Aston.
Stop.
Because it's 1950s.
Right. Excellent.
Compared to the man that jumps out of LMP cars and jumps into 1930s Astons and disappears, and people just think, hang on a minute, there's a reason he can do that. He has a talent box.
Yeah.
It's very simple.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello to Dave Monks as well. Dave's been listening
Mr.
on the
Rolls-Royce.
podcast. Yes, indeed. On the podcast since 02:30 time this when he set off. He's coming home to back to UK, should I say, with a very nice BMW on a trailer.
Ask him if he's found his keys yet for his Rolls Royce. He'll know what that means. He'll respond.
Right. Okay.
They've only been missing since Google 2017 Festival of Speed.
Is that a 1602 or a 222 turbo, Dave, on the back of that trailer? Very nice car, British registered, and he's come through the tunnel.
1602.
1602, is it?
Looks like it. Yeah. The lights are a bit different at the front of it, is it?
Yeah. Very good.
TI, TII, 2002 turbo.
Nice. Like the blister arches on it though.
Oh.
Very good. Nice, Mr. Monks. Hope you're well. Welcome back to Blighty. Nikolai, with this, interesting, has the relatively low number of starters, yes, barely 125 rather than 170. This year made the drivers push harder. SP9 seemed especially to be much closer to the edge. It doesn't feel like the drivers are using the same amount of caution we've been used to. I think it may look like that, Nikolai, but I honestly think that the guys, all the drivers we've spoken to this week, and the same last year, to be honest, from the moment if they're in a GT3 car, and particularly if they are driving as a manufacturer representative, even that if it's not in a quote-unquote full works team, there are many works-supported, works-blessed teams here. But you're really on it, Pete, here, if you are in one of the front-running cars, representing, as I say, one of the major manufacturers, you're on it from when your thumb comes off the pit lane speed limit until 8 laps later, and it goes back on again, aren't you?
Absolutely. Just very quick, thank you, John, whilst you've been talking about that, we've just had, you've heard of synchronised swimming. We've had synchronised pit stopping here from Mercedes, two different teams there though. The Get Speeds sandwiching the HRT, Juncadella and Bastien and Vassivière in the three cars respectively, all going out of the pits into 13th, 14th and 15th with driver changes to Juncadella staying in the Get Speed car, Haupt taking over the HRT and Neuffer taking over, my Pollard's in the Haupt in the HRT and Juncadella staying in the Get Speed car and Vassivière staying in the other Get Speed, but all three in there. Still got this slow Code 60 or slow section past the stricken Porsche from Tom Coronel, who's standing.
He promised me a go of his TCR car. He said we would race it in. He said he would race it in a Creventic race and give me a drive of that. I think he's probably just sent me a text to say that's not happened now. or a Twitter message.
Well, it means he can go to the bar sooner or later and have do his party trick, which is to drink the beer and then eat the glass. You think I'm joking?
But no, I don't. No.
So it makes it actually just pales into
In all insignificance. Think how much worse it would have been.
Okay.
John Valverde leads he doesn't. He's second in TCR in the Hyundai i30N. It's the Elantra, the 830 car that leads. Hyundai, another manufacturer here who have for quite some time used this race as well as the circuit itself as somewhat of a test bed. Double wave yellows as he comes through in the last part of the Flansgarden to where Tom Coronel is standing by the side of the road. I think somebody would stop and give him a lift back to the pits, wouldn't he? It's not that far from here.
Well, no, because he's obviously waiting for the car to recover to the pit so he can go and sit in it whilst they repair it.
He'll be back out, yeah. Interestingly, after that huge accident, the headlights on the Cayman are still working.
It's just somewhat unfortunate about the wheels on the right-hand side not pointing in the correct directions, but
not anywhere near the right direction. Nasty accident that, but Tom,
at least you can see where it can't go.
Yeah. Poor act from race control, warning drivers of low cloud and fog there, post 152. Thank you, Rennie.
Poor act being, of course, the highest part of the circuit, so just starting to descend there, yeah.
We're about an hour away from official sunset. This time of year, 15 or 20 minutes after that, before it gets very dark indeed. Although there were, I dare say, it'll depend on what state the sky's in, because we had some beautiful last vestiges of sunlight and spectacular sunset on certainly Thursday evening at the end of, or in the nighttime session. Dear viewer and listener, you might be thinking to yourself that it is a remarkable feat of self-control that these drivers are immediately down to 60k when they have to be down to 60k. When you see how many times yellow flags are, if not abused, then certainly stretched in terms of speeds in other motorsport events. Peter mentioned the word respect earlier on, and I think that's a very good one to apply to this situation as well. It's respect for the guys out on the track. We don't stop the race here for incidents. We don't even put a safety car out anymore and pack the field up. It used to happen here. We put safety cars out, actually, several of them. I remember Matt Neal telling me a great story about that when he was driving something bizarre. Might have been a Viper, actually. Said, first darkness stint, middle of the night, fog's come down. I'm tearing through the back part of the circuit, coming down towards Flansgarden, and in front of me, there's a safety car with a yellow, stationary yellow light on the roof. So I slow straight down and drop in behind him. You know how fast it is there? And he said, people are going by me, and I'm thinking, what's going on here? Get round onto the Dottinger Hole where the visibility's a bit better. I realise it isn't a safety car. It is, in fact, a VW estate car with a cage in and a taxi sign on the roof in full taxi livery from whatever. So he said, and I'd never seen that car all week. I'm convinced they just got themselves into the race somehow.
And he mixed with this.
He does?
I remember when I did this, there was a VW Transporter.
A van?
Yeah, van with full cages. And I must admit, I did exactly the same, but just, really? Because I just assumed it was an instant vehicle. It wasn't until you realised on close inspection it was a bit more than that. And they did have safety cars in those days. Yeah. As I say, it was all in it. It was a long, long time ago, and all sepia type photos. But in those days, we were encouraged by a German teammate in the same garage, shall we say, from a different rival team. That if there was a safety car section, then the idea was turn your lights off and go past 2 or 3 cars on the grass and join in front and turn your lights back on again. That was a top tip from a local, shall we say. It was just like, seriously? Yeah. What about transponders and things and whatever? He said, just be careful. It's just like, okay. And the legendary German sense of humour that apparently is non-existent.
Great battle for second, actually, going out on the track. I promise you, out there, Matteo Caroli and the in second place at the moment for Manthey in the Porsche. And he's having a pretty decent battle through the interrupted lap, as it now is, with the number 98 Marco Wittmann driven Rover Racing BFW. And they're carving their way through traffic again now in the early part of the Nordschleife on the Hatzenbach. In fact, just cleared that, heading up over the bridge to Flugplatz and then up to Schwedenkreuz, Swiss Cross, where all the incidents were this morning. Up this hill, really got to put as little steering as you can in the car. You do not want to be scrubbing off any speed whatsoever. Flugplatz, by the way, named because, not because the cars get off the ground and go flying, not at all. Up on the hill on the left hand side, there used to be a little airport there, Flugplatz. I still think the fly gliders out of there, but in the early days of this race, the great and the good from the big cities of Germany, and particularly from Berlin, used to fly down in chartered planes and land there to watch the race, and that's why it's called Flugplatz. What are you shaking your head for? Don't make this stuff up, you know.
Oh no, it's just a fountain of knowledge. It's things that.
Oh, I found one year. I found a website. Somebody put me onto a website where every corner name was translated and explained, and I went through that at various times through the 24 hours. I just kept popping up trying to do it. I thought, if I could do one of these maybe once every hour.
Hours of endless fun on the winter evenings of the Hindhoff house.
They just fly by. The GD53 tyres car, this is one of two in its class. Put the man among the driving strength here. And
just very quickly, John, a quick driver change there. The number 11 Phoenix Racing Audi's popped into the pits. Nicky Team getting out of that car, and Kim Louis Schramm now just taking the wheel of that car.
The GT team, the 53 team, very much echoing the situation that we had from Paretta Autosports at the Indy 500, and I'm going to say more than a majority. I'm pretty certain that pretty much every active member of the team, from the driving staff to those changing the wheels and fueling the car, are all female. Now, that makes not a jot of difference to me, to be honest. Neither does it make a jot of difference to the car or the stopwatch. But for some people that will make a difference. And ironically, not to Christina and her teammates, because they want to be seen as racing drivers and not female racing drivers. However, that said, the opportunities there, when I say it doesn't make a jot of difference to me, I mean in terms of performance, but I mention it because of the opportunities that have been afforded there. It is a truth, of course, that there are no separate classes based on gender in racing. We don't have a men's race and a women's race, and it has been ever thus. And yet, it doesn't seem to work out like that, does it, when we look at the opportunities for drivers?
The 101 Valkenhorst Motorsport M6 has also just been pitted, John, by Ben Tuck, and that was the car that was driven by David Pittard at the beginning, and that's now got Christian Kruns at the wheel, have taken over from Ben Tuck. It's the 306 Porsche that had its indiscretion, shall we say, with Tommy Coronel is still facing the wrong way up the circuit, but they've got a flatbed alongside now, and that's going to be picked up and onto that and returned to the pits and assessed. I think we can possibly preempt the outcome of that assessment. I don't think there's going to be a lot of polishing going on for that car for a while. But it is more to the point from a continuation of the race. It will be taken out of the way, and we can get rid of that slow zone past that at the moment. So, meanwhile at the front though, the Manthey Porsche coming under increasing pressure from the Rover Racing BMW. Immediately behind it, a Wittmann, and just behind him is the teammate's car, Nick Yelly, in the other M6 from Rover Racing. So Mercedes it is at the front, HRT with Metzger at the wheel, Carioli in the Manthey Porsche in second place, and then a brace of BMWs for third and fourth. Now gap just closed out because they just approached, just reaching that point there. Matteo Carioli it is at the wheel of the Manthey Porsche, just going past the stricken Tommy Coronel 304 Porsche, which is now up in the air, ready being moved onto its flatbed. And he's got to wait for the green flag, Matteo Carioli, and get on it. He's got Wittmann right behind him now as they start to set off through into the fog as well. He's never got enough on your plate. Clear track in front of him though. Matteo Carioli it is that's got Wittmann's BMW coming up right behind him, jiggling where they're having a little look either side, just sort of letting you know, I'm here, just fill in the mirrors, I'm here, get on with it. Now, our race leader, Andrew Hetzke, is into the pits, the number 4 Team HRT Mercedes. And we'll keep an eye on who's going to be the driver change on that. It's currently being pedalled by Manuel Metzger. And he's definitely out of it. I'm just trying to spot who that is that might be going into there. The car being replated on its go at it's 45 degrees, ready for its refueling.
Metzger out.
Yeah, just throwing. I think throwing it into the garage out. I guess was probably his. I was going to say he needs a seat pad, but highly unlikely because he's a fairly tall chap. Is Manuel Metzger.
Just giving some instructions to the incoming driver. I think that's Adam Christodoulou that's getting in.
I've got a feeling, yeah, the man from Wimbledon.
Solihull originally.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, Wimbledon sounds better.
Well, not if you're from Solihull.
No. Okay, I'm waiting for. My phone's going to light up now with Chris Hodgett saying, "What do you mean?"
2 cars in from second at the same time. Matteo Carioli
and Wittmann,
yeah, Marco Wittmann as well.
So that's going to promote the number 1 car back into the lead, into potentially Nicky Ellerly, just seeing how far down it is. He should indeed.
Yeah, he's got through already.
Yes, I'm saying promoted it back to the lead now.
Yeah.
So Nicky Ellerly, it is the race-winning car from last year, is now back at the top of the line. Of course, still owes us a pit stop now. 32 laps it is, completed by our top 4 cars, 3 of which, 2, 3 and 4 are in the pits, John.
Just check in with our next incoming driver swap ourselves. Do a little bit of a handover. Hello to Peter Mackay, who is rejoining us on a track that just keeps giving, Peter. 10 minutes away, just getting all your kit together and sort of metaphorically making sure you've got your earplugs and your helmet and your gloves and everything ready to go. This is heating up nicely, isn't it?
We'll be disciplined.
So 3 leaders in at the moment. Oh, sorry, Peter.
Wait, that's
Sorry.
It's the Rasted in as well. Sorry.
And then Rasted.
Yeah,
Well, okay. What amazes me, Peter Mack, is that even with all these slow zones, nobody has yet gone more than 8 laps, even with all of these slow zones. Just underlines, P-Mac, just how long this track is and how much fuel you've got to save to risk that extra lap.
Well, this is Nick Damon will appreciate this. This is why you need Scott Dixon in your car to make fuel with some lifting and coasting. But if the rain comes, they might be able to stretch to that 9th stint. Of course, that's one of the advantages of the rain, if any, is that the fuel does last a little bit longer. But 8 laps at the moment. At least everyone's on the same playing field, I suppose, which is always nice to see and shows you how well how good a job the organisers are doing in balancing what are very different cars. You know, a rear engine flat 6 Porsche without a turbo, front engine twin turbo V8 in the BMW, and the Mercedes big front engine V8 again. It's mighty impressive, I have to say.
You're absolutely right, John, that the driver change from Manuel Metzger in the number 4 Mercedes was Adam Christodoulou, which might say Wimbledon, and they know what he is indeed from Solihull, as in course, of course, it's Nicky Ellerby.
Yeah, motor racing hotbed, that is. out
You
goes.
heard it first here on Radio Show Limited. There you go, Peter Mack. You're surprised at that yourself, aren't you?
Hotbed of fancy car
Motivation
dealership.
hotbed, Solihull.
Yeah, well, that as well. Absolutely right.
Lots
Very
of fancy
funny.
car dealerships there.
Folks, not going to make this any easier, PMAC. Out they go. Back to the racing. Nick Yallowlee's gone through for Rover Racing. He's not a million miles away from his next stop. He's just started his 7th of what we expect to be an 8-lap lead. But we're starting to get, PMAC, just a little bit of divergence. They're not all coming in at the same time. It's not massive. It's a lap here, a couple of laps there. But we've got to try and keep across this for everybody watching and listening around the world, because it's too early to start back counting. But what we can say, as the Glickenhaus, I think, has just had a spin, has it? No, that's a...
Yes.
It was?
Yeah,
Glickenhaus.
704.
Believe your eyes, kind of. Down at turn 1. But it's
Look
too
at
early to
Westbury.
start back counting. Yeah, Westy spinning. Write this down in your diary. I'll get back to the finish my thought.
Well, thank you for that.
No, I know. Well, but he doesn't know. He never spins. That's why I mean it's an odd one. It's too early, payback to start back counting. But it's going to be worth keeping an eye on those gaps between the cars and whether they stay at a couple of laps or whether they start to go out to 3 laps. Because at that point they're starting to become more significant, Peter. Oh,
Indeed, yes. Well, where the number 704 Glickenhaus of Richard Westbrook is parked at the side of the circuit, and Richard Westbrook is out of that car. So, John, you might be forgiven by Richard that his spin might well have been to do with some sort of mechanical failure on that beautiful Glickenhaus machine. He's looking it up and down, and the very dapper Glickenhaus team, they love this place, and that will hurt a lot.
Jim Glickenhaus talking to the engineers and obviously getting some news from the car. I don't think it's good news from Westy. He's looking at the left-hand side of the 704 004C. They were very, very confident about the additional speed. Pigmac will let you continue your prep. Talk to you in about 6 minutes when you take over, mate.
Copy that.
Just thinking there, John, that you said write down Richard Westbrook's had a spin in the car there. Make a note of it, as it is slightly highly unlikely. I think strike that out. I've got a feeling that there's something caused that first one and something caused that second bit there. That's just not. It's like Tommy Coronel. That's not normal. Just very, very quickly, the Manti Porsche, John, when it pitted, whilst it did have its pit, no change of driver. So Matteo Carioli obviously got his eye in there, and they've left him in the car.
Yeah, and I kind of understand that in some ways. As Westy came down into turn 1 and the car literally swapped ends on him. It was like somebody had pulled on the handbrake and he's left facing the wrong direction. Well, I've done that plenty of time, but that's lack of talent.
I'm going to say something's failed in the left rear on that. I don't know why.
Or the gearbox. And the gearbox is... because he hasn't got that much further round, has he?
No.
Very difficult with all the fog to actually identify. I think he's at the forward chicane at Marshall's Post 19. Yes, he is. So he's still on the Grand Prix circuit. So he's barely got halfway around the GP track. So I think is that just before or just after the Dunlop hairpin?
Just before.
Yeah.
He's just there before the hairpin.
Yeah. It's actually about where
yeah.
it's actually about where you brake for that hairpin. There's an access road comes in from the left-hand side that you use.
What makes, because it did that into turn 1. I just wonder, that's why if something's broken in the left rear, every time it breaks, it's just giving it some massive toe out or something. Again, we're speculating, we don't know, so perhaps it shouldn't. It just seems odd.
So coming up to 9 o'clock in the evening, the drama continues for top runners. Nick Yellowlee a lap or so away from his 5th pit stop. The best placed car that has done its 5th pit stop is now Adam Christodoulou behind the wheel, sitting scored in 2nd place at the moment. just refresh my strategy screen and make sure I'm reading the right things. He's just taken over from his teammate, hasn't he? Yeah. So yeah, okay. So that is a very good turnaround for Mercedes AMG Team HRT, the number 4 car. He's 5 minutes down, but he's done the pit stop that Nick Yellowly will have to do in a little while. So 9 o'clock German time, that will be the AT SP10 SP8 update, which PMAC and Bradders will bring you up to date with, as Snowy and I head for some sausage and some Weiss beer.
I didn't I tell you that the Solihull comments would kick off straight
Yeah.
away. I won't say who, but somebody very involved in Aston Martins and Aston Martin Club, raced for very many years. His son has just sent a message just saying that he was born in Solihull and worked there. Just bearing in mind, it said, "Now I can see why your other half has ordered your headstone. Their company is Monumental Stonemasons."
Very good.
That's what you get for making one comment about Solihull.
There you go.
Dear Bamford family, we apologise, or I apologise unreservedly. There you go, the wrong has been righted.
And please can we note, the Bamfords, that Hindhoff here, the lad from the northeast, was defending the honour of Solihull.
So basically just piling more of it my way, aren't you?
Well, absolutely,
Yeah.
mate. I'm disassociating
What
myself.
was it Mr. Bradley came out with last year? There was even a meme for this during the 24-hour last year when I predicted the weather correctly in the race stoppage, and it was called #Blame Snowy.
Yeah, blame Snowy.
Yeah, thank you. So it's obviously it's taken a year. I thought we got away with that one, but it's come back round again. So I apologise. I shall go and take my penance very shortly, and obviously no food, no refresh, no R&R for me. Go and sit on the naughty set for 2 hours.
Just before our stint comes to an end, we're doing very similar stints to the drivers because we've got a maximum stint length of 3 hours as well, after which you must have a 2-hour rest. But in the early part of the race, we're tending to do 2-hour stints, double stints if you will. Triples will come in the nighttime hours, which is always dangerous. A big thank you to everybody at Nürburgring TV once again for not just this race but also for NLS coverage this year. Always a pleasure working with Renier, who it is at the moment, Michael, Nico, and the myriad others who work so hard on a circuit that is not exactly built to televise stuff easily, let's be honest. And also, big effort from our London main control room staff, Hugh and Rob, and I know that Tim Gray's been setting things up down there as well, and we have Kes Cobb in there today. Big double weekend with ELMS tomorrow still to come, MLMC today qualifying for JP and Gooders. That's on RS3 tomorrow. You can tear yourself away from this, but of course the archive will all be there for you to take in later on. And our final act is to say that the Rootronic Porsche, the GT Silver car, is in to the pit lane. Mathieu, no, not Mathieu Faxvier at all brought that car in. I thought it was Dumas who brought that car in. He's just fired his car. Yes, it was. He's up in 5th position when he pitted, and he's brought that in and handed over the Rootronic car to his teammate, which I think was Julian Andler, that got into that car.
It's not exactly a motorsport-related injury you expect to pick up at a circuit in the pit, then, is it, being hit by a flying seat? A wheel, maybe, and a car, logically, but a seat?
It was Lawrence Vanter, late addition to that car, not exactly slowing it down any. Just on 9 o'clock Central European time, our Audi update is the AT SP10 and V classes, and that starts right now with Peter McCart.
Well, we are here into the thick end of this motor race, 18 hours and 28 minutes to go. So let's have a look at how some of the classes are running right now. In the SP8 class, it's number 54, Lexus RCF. That's a Toyo tyre car leading ahead of the GT Tyre Audi, which John mentioned a moment ago. That's the all-female crew with Christina Nielsen and Pippa Mann. Been a good battle all weekend long between those two cars. In SP10, it's the number 70 BMW M4 GT4 leading the way at the moment. In SP4, the number 325 BMW 325 E90 leading the way in that class. Now, I know that there'll be many of you listening and watching to see who is winning in our dolly mixture class, the SP3 class. Now, if you're thinking which class is that, that is the class with the Opel Manta, the Foxtail, and the Dacia Logan. And at the moment, it is the number 120 Toyota Team Thailand car, the Toyota Corolla Altis, that's actually beating its much more exotic cousin, the GT86. For fans of the Manta, that is third in class at the moment, so very much in the running. In Cup 5, it's the Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport, number 242, BMW M2 leading the way. In V6, it's the Team Mathol Porsche Cayman number 132. In V5, it's another Porsche Cayman, Adrenaline Motorsport number 141. And in V4, it's the number 151 Uber BMW. Now, do I have a Joe Bradley alongside me?
I will certainly hope you do, Peter. Am I connected?
I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you very well. Have you been watching the action while we've been off air?
Yeah, I've got to say, during our rest periods, it's a bit like being a racing driver that you see get out of the car and then he spends his rest period staring at the timing screen, watching how his car goes. I've got to say, it's the Nürburgring 24 Hours has always, for me, been a race which you just can't drag yourself away from, because there's just always something going on, whether it's an incident, whether it's the weather. And I've got to say, Peter, you and I are from the northern part of the British Isles, and I'm on the northeast coast, so fog is an ever-present thing in the summer here in the northeast, or where I'm from. I would imagine being from Scotland, you're not too shy of fog as well, and that fog is coming down thicker than ever.
It is. It's getting very close to the borderline now here at the Nürburgring. In Scotland, we would call it a har coming off the sea that would cover the landscape. And yes, interestingly, it's actually the worst of the fog is on the Grand Prix circuit, where the number 301 Porsche Cayman has just had a little bit of a twirl. And of course, I suppose, Joe, if there's anywhere where they're going to have bad fog, the Grand Prix circuit is certainly the best place to have it, as opposed to on the Nordschleife.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's something in the regulations about whether or not the marshal's post can see one another. And I think as long as visibility is such that the marshal's post can see to the next, and I'm not sure if that's still the same what with modern communications. But yeah, I mean, bizarrely, the Grand Prix striker part of this course seems to be suffering the worst of the fog, and certainly the worst of visibility. But like you say, if we're going to have fog anywhere, that's perhaps the best of a bad deal, because you've got proper runoff areas and the like, and a bit of room to make a mistake, and a bit of room to have things come blasting at you out of the fog.
Well, I always think the two-wheeled cousin of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, the Isle of Man TT mountain circuit, all 37.7 miles of it, is very similar to here. And I believe there they have that marshal post to marshal post rule, and that just gives you an impression of just how many marshals are required to give up their own time for us to go motor racing at all. And we can never say enough about the job of the Orange Army. At the moment, it's the pole sitter Nick Yellowley, the man from Solihull, in the number one car. Of course, there's Roar Racing BMW M6 won the 2020 Nürburgring 24 Hour in the lead at the moment, but owes us a pit stop at the moment, Joe.
Yeah, it's for me at this stage of any 24-hour race, it's a kind of I call it a high-speed game of chess. You're just waiting for someone to make a move, albeit at a very high speed. And these drivers out there are not coasting it at all. They are absolutely pushing to, push without risk, I think was Lena Gates' favourite saying, or usual saying, and I think it's a lot to be said about that. I see Adam Christodoulou now at the wheel of the number 4 Mercedes, and I had the, I was going to say pleasure, I'm going to say honour to do the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours with Adam and our team, and when you're not in the car you can have a chat to one another, and I was just saying how ridiculous the visibility is in the dark on iRacing at the Nürburgring, and he astounded me when he said, oh, it's much worse in real life. I was like, what? It couldn't possibly be. Oh, it's much worse in real life. Into the pits.
Right on
One
cue.
of the BMWs is that it's the leader indeed. It's the number 1, Peter, and he's in for what looks like a regular stop. I'm just going to take a check on where we are state-wise. That'll be 8 laps in the back, so that's on schedule, isn't it?
Right on cue, yeah, absolutely. And I think, there's going to be a handful of cars that are going to have a flawless run through this race, and that is all that will do. But I guess it's going to come down to who is going to be the most flawless, who is going to win out of that pack of cars. And this number 1 Rover Racing BMW is right in the hunt at this time, 18 hours and 22 minutes to go. And tell you what, Joe, for this Rover team, they are on the crest of a wave, of course, winning the Nürburgring 24-hour with their M6, but then going on and winning Spa with their Porsche, joining the DTM this year, putting it on pole again in the N24. It's all going very well for this company.
Yeah, but a very well put together team, aren't they? They've got the right people. They've grown. It's kind of they've kind of, from what I've seen when the team first appeared at this level. They were always there or thereabouts, and they've kind of, it appears that they've grown organically and learned from just being part of these huge events, and then they've started to win. They've learned how to win, and they're struggling to lose, aren't they, sometimes? I mean, last year was a very successful year for them. Like you said, this race and the Spa 24 hours in completely different machinery. Usually teams tend to be experts and kind of become the go-to team for information on a particular mark, and sort of climb at the bed, for want of a better term, and form a good business relationship with a particular mark. But Rover, it seems, all the marks like them, because winning at Spa with the Porsche. What car? They're going into DTM with the BMW, aren't they? They're actually going into the DTM. By the way, don't get me started on the DTM being a GT3 sports car kind of category.
Better believe that one.
I'm struggling with that. Maybe a rebrand or something. I believe they're going in with BMW, aren't they? And BMW took some talking round into getting re-involved with DTM, and they are. I mean, it shows how much trust BMW have in this outfit to put their reputation in the DTM. It's very important for the German manufacturers, that series, isn't it?
It is. It's kind of like the sprint alternative to the Nürburgring 24-hour, actually, in terms of precedence and corporate swagger, shall we say. Domestic corporate swagger would be the way I would describe it. But but yeah, I do agree with you. It is a strange one. But do you know what? If it keeps the DTM alive, because it really was under threat, and if it keeps it alive, all good in my book, that's for sure. At the moment, we've got Hubert Haupt on board the number 6 Mercedes. Now, this is quite a unique story, because Hubert is actually the team owner of HRT Racing, and it's a pro car. It's not a Pro-Am car, and Hubert, one of the older drivers in the pro class, at 52 years old, man from Munich, but he has driven some very cool stuff in his time. He actually drove in the Indy Lights Championship against greats like Greg Moore and James Weaver, and also drove in the very early days of the Porsche Super Cup, but makes his living in property development. But brilliant to see what we would maybe refer to as a gentleman driver competing at the very top level.
Yeah, and I certainly, you mentioned that that information on his career in one of the qualifying sessions, and of course, then it comes to you and you think, of course, yeah, he started in single seaters. He was looking towards a single seater career, veered off from Formula One to towards Indy cars, and you know, there's a lot of. I think that just epitomises the route that a lot of these young drivers have taken into sports car and endurance racing, and sort of veered away from the single-seater route that just outpriced itself. And that, I think, Peter, is the reason why we've got such a quality of field, not just in this race, but pretty much in the majority of endurance racing series. The quality of drivers is so high. It's easy to forget that these people like you and how did start off on that ladder.
Exactly, I couldn't agree with you more. I think it's interesting. We see it in the single-seater world, and actually, funnily enough, seeing it in touring cars as well. Certainly here in the UK, that it's quite difficult actually for drivers to be proper professionals. And I always think professional means that someone's paying you. And at the moment in this field, we've got a band of drivers from Mercedes, Audi, BMW, Audi and Porsche as well, who are all being paid a salary to race the cars. Now, at the moment out on circuit, we have a number of code 60 zones. We have 9 of them. Most of those are for the fog, which is rolling into the Nürburgring Nordschleife at the moment. But Joe, I think this is superb from the organisers, that in the areas where it's bad, code 60, but when it's clear, they can go on and race. I think that's superb.
Yeah, it is. It's good planning, actually. The thing is, Peter, it's going to get worse when we lose light. You know yourself, when you're driving in fog on the road, you can't use your full beam for sure, which is what these guys are using pretty much as a default setting on their headlights. It's full beam. The full beam, the beams of light just bounce back off the fog, and it actually blinds you. That's why you have very low down fog lights on your road car. I think we're going to get into the realms of a possible red flag if this fog does increase and get thicker. Darren Wood, still our collective meteorologist, and he's telling me there's no rain on the way. His satellite scan has showed that there's no rain on the way. However, we have got this temperature inversion, this thermal inversion, creating the fog here. There's so much moisture in the air. It's hardly surprising that, we've still got the ambient temperature relatively high. It's not exactly cold, and that's going to create fog. Again, not something we haven't seen before at all times of the year here.
No, not at all. It's interesting there. Hubert Haerty might be one of the older drivers in the class, but he just left Eduardo Liberati in the Porsche, the KCMG Porsche, for dead, coming out of one of those code 60 zones. And it's almost like every time they get to the end of a code 60, it's almost like a traffic light dash when the green light shows again.
It always reminds me of driving on a motorway, and you've got the intelligent motorway system that slows everybody down to 50 and then 40, and then you get the all clear and everybody just accelerates off, and it's like I'm in my head, I'm pretty much on the motorway going green, 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 and setting off again with all the traffic around me, up to the speed limit, of course. But you've got it in this country. Germany
I always find.
Well, I have been known to get. I'm probably the only one of our team that have got the speed ticket in Germany. I mean, of all the places, you've got the unlimited roads, the autobahns and stuff. And Bradley got a ticket last year. Or was it the year before? Been the year before. Last year didn't exist, did it?
Oh, so your police long service sticker on the windscreen doesn't carry any weight in Germany?
It doesn't work, mate. Neither should it,
No, you're right.
Straightforward collar. Can't argue with you can't reason with a camera, can you?
No, that's true. I remember my dear late grandfather was chief superintendent of Fife Police. And long after he'd retired, he had a Nissan Note which had a gadget on it. It was one of the first cars that you could fold the mirrors in on the go with a touch of a button. And he all of a sudden got very paranoid about having his wing mirror clipped off, and he kept folding them in. And my uncle, who's a class 1 instructor, said, Dad, you're gonna get booked doing that. Don't do it. And one day he did get pulled over, and they just sort of spotted the sticker on the windscreen. They said, "Have you?" And my grandfather, bless him, didn't want to bring it up, but he was just like, "Oh well, yes, I was before many years ago." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, right." And they just let him away with it and no more.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, the Brotherhood. He would have also gotten another 5 to 10 miles an hour top end speed, folding his mirrors back, of course.
The active aero.
Especially this road, the aerodynamics of a brick.
It had some surprising pick up and go, considering it's, like you say, it's a suboptimal aerodynamic properties in Ron speak. It is still, well, we can, at the moment, the fog really coming in hard now, and it's
I can give you an idea, Peter, of where the Code 60s are. So we come out of Flansgarten down towards Schwalbenschwanz, and we've got Code 60s appearing all the way. It's in the low ground actually. As the track rises through Schwalbenschwanz and into the mini carousel, the Code 60 disappears for a very short time. And as the track then comes onto the Dottinger Hole, we've got slow zone pretty much all the way down the Dottinger Hole straight. The Grand Prix tracker looks pretty clear, and then my little tracker keeps zooming in. Then we've got further Code 60s out towards, again, down the hill, Schwedenkreuz, down towards Arenberg. We've got, in fact, it's a Code 60 from Flugplatz, further back round, so out of the Hatzenbach and up to the Flugplatz, down through Schwedenkreuz to Arenberg. We've got Code 60s there. The track from the Ardnau Forst through Metzgerfeld, all the way up to Bergwerk, Carousel, Horacht, the highest point, is fine, and even down through Brunchen is fine until we get back round to the Flansgarten, and then, you know what, it's pretty slow going. That's where the fog is. It's kind of to the east of the track, I would think, from what I can see here.
So roughly speaking, about half the circuit, maybe even slightly. Yeah. So, but
maybe a third, Peter, I would say.
Yeah. I think that's interesting that it's, of course, under a Code 60 kph. That's pretty slow. So even in really bad fog, the drivers will be absolutely fine there. And then in the clear spots, they can still keep. I think it's really important. I think, given, of course, last year we had a long red flag stoppage. I wonder, Joe, if the organisers are really keen to try and keep the race green as long as they possibly can.
I think they will. I think they will, Peter. But then it gets to a point where, you know, safety has to come first. You know, they want to avoid any kind of criticism. And rather than wait for the incident to happen, you know, cause or effect, you know, the stewards, the organisers are very experienced in dealing with weather here at the Nürburgring, and there will be a threshold, and I would imagine the threshold is one of visibility and how far you can even see, and just looking at it, we're probably going to be all right, but I'm not sure where we're going to find ourselves when the sun goes down. And the sun, it's 9:20. I think we've got, before the sun fully disappears, we've probably got about 90 minutes. The sun's not really going to disappear out of the sky until around towards 11 p.m. in this part of Germany. So we might be all right up until we start losing the light, so to speak.
Well, we will certainly keep you up to date on it all. We hope you're enjoying coverage in sound and vision here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and of course online on radioshow.limited.co.uk, and also on the 24 Hours official YouTube stream. We really thank you for watching. Well, at the moment, it's the number 4 Mercedes, which has really been the car that's had the edge on the field since the green flag. Lucas Stolt starting off that car and really opening up a lot of pace. And Joe, what amazed me about the Mercedes particularly is that they were really scratching their heads on Thursday night and even Friday morning, a couple of seconds off the pace of the rivals from BMW, Audi and Porsche, but they came alive in the rain last night, and during the race today it looks to be, at least in the hands of the number 4 car, running very strong.
Yeah, and I did hear you mention balance of performance, but there's nothing being there's no kind of balance of performance advantage being given to Mercedes to affect that. And was it Adam Christodoulou who said that the last thing he wanted was actually to have a wet race? He was wanting a dry track. And the opposite of that happened. The car became very, very competitive lap time wise when the inclement weather arrived. And whether they've had any tweaks with regards to setup, I'm not sure the Mercedes teams actually share setup data because they're competing with other Mercedes teams as much as anyone else. So it can't be as simple as somebody's found a sweet spot with regards to how the tyres have gotten, how they've got the tyres to work, because it seems to be all of the Mercedes have kind of stepped up. Am I right?
They have, yeah. They certainly stepped up in the really bad rain last night in qualifying. They all of a sudden like really surged to the front, and yeah, that could well be a setup issue. But it was in warm up this morning great to see a lot of the Mercedes cars finding 3 or 4 seconds from their previous dry pace. But I guess that just comes from track time, because really there really is just no substitute for mileage in this place.
Yeah, and the thing is, Peter, that the majority of these teams will kind of know this place like the back of their hand. They've been through the qualification races. It's not their first M24, the Mercedes teams that we're talking about. So they've got an absolute vault of data to kind of look back at and analyse and pretty much taking into consideration any kind of issue with regards to weather, ambient temperature. They'll have a massive database. One of our BMWs into the pits, it's the number 100, and that's down the order if I'm right, Peter. So that car not exactly in contention. In fact, it's way down. I'm still scrolling, and
that's the Pro-Am. That's the car that Henry Walkenhorst himself, team owner of Walkenhorst Motorsport, is in the crew for that car, running on Yokohama tyres. One of the few cars in the field on Yokohamas. Henry Walkenhorst, Dr. Friedrich von Bohlen, Jörg Breuer, and Andres Zeidler. But most importantly, the car is still running. There's a lot of cars parked up for the night, and probably, well, of course, the number 30 for Cadelli Porsche parked up, it seems, for the night, and probably enjoying a nice cold Fru right now, I would imagine.
Yeah, that car, I'm not sure why that car's lost as much time as it has. It's 6 laps off the lead lap and 1 lap down off the car in front, which is a car not in the same class. So that the number 100 Breuer has gotten out of the car. Not sure who climbed in, but that's a car that's just going through the motions there, so a car not in contention. In fact, that car's dropped so far down, it's 62nd overall, so well out of contention now. And that's a shame, because Walkenhorst, we're talking about the Mercedes teams, Walkenhorst running that BMW, another team that's got a wealth of experience and data and knowledge about how to get the best out of that car in this particular race. So that's it's a damage limitation. The pressure's off. The drivers in that car can just enjoy the experience and just see where they pop out tomorrow afternoon. You never know, they might be back into some kind of class contention.
I think if you're a fan of endurance racing, or either as a fan or a competitor, I think that it's amazing how the personal goals fluctuate over the course of a race, depending how well or how badly it's going. But the spirit of endurance racing is never give up, and Henry Walkenhorst and his boys, I'm sure, and girls, will be pushing hard. They do have a crumb of comfort though. The number 102 car, the sister car run by Walkenhorst Motorsport, that's the one in the Alpecin anti-balding caffeine shampoo. They do have the fastest lap of the race right now, the 8-minute 28.183. So any of the follically challenged like me will be have a little bit of a soft spot for that particular car.
Yeah, you've adopted that car as your the fan favourite, the hair restorer car. I would just refer to that as the hair restorer car. Again, that's kind of confirmed the point that I perhaps have just made. The Walkenhorst team there with the 102, current holders of the race fastest lap with an 8:28, like you said. And again, very experienced team, know this place literally like the back of their hand. And for me, Peter, you mentioned there what endurance racing means, and for me, the primary objective of any endurance race is to finish the race. The secondary priority is to have a great race and to actually be able to compete. But firstly, you've got to finish. So it's no good having a driver that is 4 seconds a lap quicker, but he crashes after 10 laps. That's not going to get you anywhere in endurance race.
No, definitely not. And I always say that here at the Nürburgring 24 Hour, I personally believe this is the hardest endurance race in the world to win, and also the hardest endurance race to finish, both on driver and on the machine as well. But you've got to think from a marketing perspective now, Joe, there's so many different ways that companies can spend their marketing dollar, and through the digital world there's so many very accurate, measurable ways that they can spend their money. But for me, there is just no substitute for companies like Porsche. They sell the 911, the Audi with their R8, BMW, the range of fast kind of executive cars, the Mercedes AMG and so on. To say that if people say, oh, I don't know if I could buy a flash car like that, will it let me down? Well, I know these race cars are different, but to the passing viewer, to get these cars to run non-stop for 24 hours around a place like this, what a way to prove concept and prove your technology.
And the old adage is, of course, win on Sunday, sell on Monday. And as well as that, I mean, didn't this race start out as a proving ground for all the manufacturers? And it's a way of testing technology under very hostile, in a very hostile environment, and in a competitive environment. I think this race is very important, certainly to the German manufacturers, and I'm sure the Italian manufacturers want to interject and kind of take some of that glory. So yeah, I mean, it's a big event. It's unique in the sense that the racetrack that it's on is so unique. There isn't anywhere. You know, we compare tracks to one another. You know, Brands Hatch like a bit like Open Park and etc. But there's nowhere, you can't see anywhere like the Nürburgring. I mean, I know some people have said Cadwell Park in the UK is a little bit like the Nürburgring, but it's a tiny little bit like the Nürburgring. Like, it's got a steep hill, and then after that, that's pretty much it, isn't it? Really, you know.
Absolutely, there is a good reason why not only do the car manufacturers take their race cars here to put them to the test, of course their road cars are lapping around here all the time. I mean, for example, Lars Kern, who is in the crew for the 911 Manti car, it's Matteo Cairoli at the wheel of that car in 5th position at the moment, but Lars Kern, he's spending large amounts of time lapping this circuit in Cayennes, in Macans, Panameras, even the electric Taycan as well, and it just shows you that how much data they can get. And for the tyre manufacturers also, if someone like Henry Walkenhorst, he's got 3 cars in this race, and he's got a big chain of BMW dealerships, and clearly has some sort of business relationship with Yokohama, and when he's got people coming into his dealership, you can say, well, we use Yokohama and got us the fastest lap of the race.
Absolutely. You're going to go to the dealer. Well, I am, and I don't know if I'm a good example actually, because I'm a bit of a Billy and a bit of an anorak. So it was like, in fact, Heindorf bought a Jag, which I then bought for him, and it had a TWR Jaguar sticker in from the dealership. So it was actually bought from one of Tom Watersham's dealerships, and that gave that car much more credibility than a one that had been bought from, I don't know, another local dealer or even a national dealer. There's a lot of credibility. As Walkenhorst are a BMW dealer, and he's going to be able to absolutely milk the marketing. And it's a red flag. We've got a full course red flag. So I'm not sure that. Well, I was about to say something which sounded ridiculous, Peter. That's got to be for visibility.
I think it will be, yeah. So red flag here at the Nürburgring. That means the drivers will come back into pit lane. They will go into parc fermé conditions and wait until conditions improve. Now, for those listening on RS1, there's about half to a third of or to 2/3 of the circuit covered in quite bad fog. Some parts are okay. For our viewers, if you're watching or you're just joining us, you might be thinking, there's parts that look absolutely fine. But Joe, it just seems like, there's probably too much of the circuit now covered in fog, but also the organisers probably know something we don't about what's on the way, possibly.
Perhaps, and it just, we just speculated only a few minutes ago, haven't we, Peter, about what was the threshold, what is going to be the decision threshold from the organisers? There's got to be a criteria, and we've just crossed that threshold, and the organisers have made, for me, I think the organisers have made a good call. The sun's dropping in the sky, we're going to have reduced light. That, if anything, exacerbates the fog visibility issue, and I think not an uncommon occurrence at the Nürburgring 24 hours, basically down to geography. The track is where it is, and it's prone to creating fog. But I've got to say I agree with the organisers, because we were getting very, very twitchy with regards to the closing speeds, adding reduced visibility and the closing speeds of these cars. We couldn't have had a full course code 60, not at the Nürburgring. That would have been ridiculous. So instead of doing that, they pulled out the red flag.
And I think that would have been what they say, wasting fuel. Going around with a code 60. Yeah, absolutely. That's not competitive conditions, so you might as well be parked up. Well, that is at the moment 9:30 p.m. local time in Germany at the Nürburgring as Matteo Cairoli gets out of the Manthey Porsche. A little scrape with the wall for Matteo, and he'll be very, very glad to see that did not cause any further problems. I have to say, Joe, I would pick up your point about being proactive with safety. I have a little bit of a feeling with sometimes in motor racing we can wait till something goes badly wrong and then take a lot of action. I completely agree with you that this is the right way. Whether it might look okay to race right now, it's doing a preemptive safety measure to allow things to get back to normal and then go back safely racing. I think that's the way forward.
Yeah, I think so. We'd already speculated that, Peter. And I think it's the right decision. We maybe should have a bit of a rundown as how things have come together and what the field looks like at the point of this red flag. We'll just wait for the cars to settle into the pits, and they will of course be under park firming conditions. So there'll be, once the red flag comes out, there's going to be no tinkering with the cars. They won't be able to be serviced. They won't be able to repair any damage. They'll basically be monitored by the race officials, and no work will be allowed to go on those cars. And it's going to be a very, very busy and crowded pit lane down there, Peter.
It will, yeah. I think all of the teams are going to be very glad of the dolly jacks to move these cars around, the GT3 cars, around 1,300 kilograms. So about the same as a kind of hot hatchback, if to put it in context. So they'll be very, very glad of the dolly jacks. Joe?
Yeah, I've just got the information for Renee at the track, at race control, I should say. No park firming. Okay. No park firming conditions. That's going to allow that Peter is going to allow the teams to rebuild their cars. Let's have a fresh set of brake discs and pads around. Yeah. It all depends, of course, whether the teams have any information as to how long this interval is going to be. I would suggest you've got plenty of time, guys, to be changing things like that. If you've got a little gearbox or a clutch that's playing up, a little bit of slippage in the clutch, then that's a bit more dubious, depending on how long the red flag, the race is going to be stopped. But so no park permit, just cancel. Can we edit out what I've just said about park permit?
I did as well, Joe. We're in it together. I made the same mistake.
I think it's a decision that's just been formed.
Possibly. I did start to worry when I saw the mechanics clambering over the cars. I was like, that's a funny looking park.
Yes, yeah. And Josh Barrett is just questioning Me as well. Fairly sure that nobody knew you were allowed to work in the car. Yes, that seems to be. It seems to be the way. There's a lot of people suggesting that they're probably going to shut this race down until the morning. My memory doesn't serve me very well when I remember we had a similar stoppage for fog, but I'm pretty sure that was all in the darkness, so it would have been sort of into the night towards midnight, and we had about a 9-hour break. So it might have been about 11 o'clock or something, and we resumed again the following morning. Again, down to fog.
Well, we shall see that. I always remember back at the 2006 Australian World Rally Championship round when Colin McRae, or was it 2005? No, it was 2005. Colin McRae very nearly won that or got on the podium in that event, and of course the team tried to do a preemptive box change and made a bit of a mess of it and ran out of time. I know that that won't be the case with the teams here at the Nürburgring, but you can imagine, Joe, if they go to completely turn the car inside out and we completely rebuild it, and then they go, oh, we're racing in 10 minutes, guys. You've got to think that they'll be at the race stewards and race control will be busy right now with representatives from each team.
Yeah, I think what we've done in the past here is give the team an idea. I mean, you know what? Quite frankly, Peter, nobody potentially has any idea of what's going to happen next. I think that decision process is we're into that decision process now. Just how bad the fog is, what's the forecast, what's going to happen next. There's having just a clear into the pits. We've got just a few cars remaining on the track. They're just coming in, Adam just taking his helmet off, or maybe firing a message and see what the visibility was like and get his opinion on the stoppage from the driver's perspective. That would give us a bit of insight. The question is, once the teams get an idea of how long the stoppage is going to be, then that would be exactly give the teams an idea of what they're able to do and not get caught out like what I won the Australian rally.
Yeah, Colin McRae, my hero. That was in a Skoda as well. That was what made it even cooler as well. I had a Skoda Fabia DRS actually, the TBI. It was a cracking little car. Interestingly, they're not rushing to work on the leading number
Der Werner, der hat da so viel Erfahrung, der hat das alles versteckt stehen, das Auto. Ja.
Mit Bernhard haben wir natürlich Technikchef Bernhard Müller gemeint. Das sind Infos. Ich habe die gestern auch gesprochen. Ich fand die gerade sehr gut. Patrick, da muss ich auch mal ganz genau hinschauen. Wir waren stehen geblieben. Die Startfahrer sind beim Restart bei den einzelnen IMG-Teams. Auf der 4 ist das Marco Engel für das IMG HRT, das Schwesterauto wird insgesamt 6 Stunden fast. Ja. Restart ist auf der Startnummer 7 Raffaele Cielo, auf der 8 ist Simon.
Das ist der Zeitstelle, die man gerade ausgeht, aber es gibt mehr Feedback-Partner mit der Woche Master. Ich denke mal, ja, ich studiere, habe ich schon mal Abschluss.
Gut.
Die Waage ist genau der richtige Verband. Das heißt, ich werde sie jetzt quasi zu Ende bringen und dann schauen wir weiter.
Damit zwecks Werten, dass man ungefähr so ein bisschen auch die Abstände auf der Strecke hat, kriegt man natürlich nicht 100% gleich hin, aber auch diese Box.
Gewechselt handbestimmt und ja, dann ist man nach und nach
Ja, ja, klar, wie gestern.
teilweise noch relativ jungen Knochen, dass da irgendwie Blut reinläuft, was dann gleichzeitig richtig lecker fehlt. Wenn Mercedes AMG hinein gibt, Nico, jetzt schätzt du nicht was, du kannst starten. Ja, genauso wie die Motoren warm gelaufen sind, die ständig dann ausläufen, die Körper warm sein, wenn man ins Auto einsteigt. Jetzt haben wir ja wirklich nur eine ganz kurze Renndistanz, das heißt, es zählt wirklich nicht.
Warte. Ja, da, Luft, alles gut.
Yeah, that's weird like this. I mean, there was no clear statement, so no idea. Philippe? Yeah. Can I ask you a quick question? What you can? I want to talk about a lot. Okay, Philippe. First of all, what do you think about having 12 hours interruption? Do you think you should have continued racing or start sooner?
No, I think it was the right decision. The fog was just too intense, and that's why it was a good decision to just abandon the race and stop it, also for the safety of the marshals and the drivers. So it was a good decision. Good luck for the rest. Thank you. Ja, magst du noch mal Jetzt vor der Kamera.
Ja, erstmal machen uns nicht älter als wir sind. Also wir feiern erst 2025 Hundertjähriges. Aber unabhängig davon, ja, wir sind natürlich weltweit unterwegs. Wir sind mittlerweile in fast 60 Ländern weltweit operativ tätig, mit 44.000 Mitarbeiterinnen und Mitarbeitern. Und wir machen ungefähr 27 und wir können stolz auch sagen, wir sind eine gute Ja, danke für die Infos und der Blick aus der Kommentatorenkabine zeigt, dass sich die Startaufstellung durchaus füllt. Alle sind heiß, alle wollen wieder, alle möchten so schnell wie möglich losfahren. Den Zeitplan.
catch the restart.
Ja, falls du nochmal Greifdrücke ist alles gut, ist alles schick. Okay. Muss dann wieder zurück, dann muss auch
Meter bis aussieht. Du siehst nicht. Du. Schauen wir überhaupt noch an.
Das denke ich schon, aber jetzt wird es einfach ein bisschen länger dauern. Das Problem ist halt, dass der jetzt wenn steht oder so und der steht dann auf der Strecke.
Das siehst du nicht.
Das ist viel später.
Das Problem ist, die Marshals können auch nicht gescheit kommunizieren, weil sie die nicht sehen.
Das siehst du ja schon die Marshals.
Eigentlich darf man die rein theoretisch noch heizen. Sonst hätte ich vorgeschlagen, hier so eine Batteriebox hinzubauen mit den Steckern drin.
Trotzdem ist es so, dass auch dieses, ich glaube, dass so ein Hopplungs stärker belastet wird, wenn du mehr im ABS fährst, weil die Drücke ja ständig pulsieren. Ja? Wenn du zum Beispiel so ein Hoppenrennen hast, da hast du ja einen stetigen Druck, du fährst ja kaum ins ABS, du spielst auf Ding 2 oder sogar auf 1, wahrscheinlich auf 2, also so. Ich versuche eigentlich immer vorm ABS zu bleiben, weil ich finde das besser, es ist Auto fühlt sich besser an, wenn du gar nicht erst das ABS bremst. Aber gut, deswegen stelle ich es mir dann lieber ein bisschen höher, also vielleicht sogar 1 oder 2. Dann musst du ein Gefühl für die Bremse haben, aber ich kenne das ja von den Clios noch, die haben kein ABS gehabt, weißt du, du musstest dann auch einfach die Autos so abbremsen. Und ich behaupte heute noch, wenn du ein trockenes Fuß bremsen kannst, auch mit einem Motorrad, bist du auf einer Standardbremse ohne ABS nicht schlechter als das. Kein Problem, das kennst du ja, wenn du reinfühlst. Eingefühlt, kurz angefühlt, Druck war da, halbes Pedal weg und dann ging es langsamer. Ja, dann habe ich gedacht, okay, fährst du erstmal. Wenn das nicht anders wird, ist das ja kein Problem. Aber das wurde dann bei dem Anfahrt unten auf dem Bauchhaken, wurde es dann schlagartig schlecht, dann aber das Pedal dann auf einmal runter. Ich denke, ach du Scheiße, die Ecke geht hier aus. Und ich habe nicht gehört. Ich habe das schon irgendwie so wahrgenommen. Bis ich am letzten Punkt gekommen bin, dann ist es doppelt so groß. Aber egal. Wir gehen dann halt aber doppelt so groß. Genauso wie Dark letztes Jahr. Auch wenn da im Nachhinein es geheißen hat, die Laufzeit meiner Reihe. Nee, da mache ich gar keinen. Ich könnte alles hier reden. Ja. Nee, das merkt man auch, dieser Charakter. Das finde ich ja nicht, weißt du? Nicht ernüchtert, ganz ehrlich. Das meine ich nicht ernüchtert. Also jetzt viel so lang. Und die sich für Beihräucher machen. Weißt du, die redet über die ganze Situation. Ich finde, das ist fair. Ja? Aber die machen blöde Bemerkungen hier und da mal, es ist nicht übertrieben. Aber das ist nicht nervig. Ich sage, dann wenn ihr so toll seid, du weißt es einfach. Das ist nicht so viel dazu.
Well, not quite the Nürburgring 24 hours for 2021 and the 49th running of the Total ADAC Classic Endurance Race in the Eifel Mountains. Yesterday evening, the weather once again played its hand, and at just after 22:39 local time, the red flags came out. We're looking at the sharp end of half the race having been lost. But the good news is the cars have been driven onto the front straight grid, and in a couple of 3 minutes we've been told by race control that we should be seeing the cars roll out. The drivers are showing no interest in getting into the cars, and that suggests to me that we might have a little delay. When I say that, the helmets have been taken off the track, and there are helmets on top of some of the cars. So just before we came up live, so Alexander Sims striding purposefully to his car, and just had the news, formation lap has been delayed till by 20 minutes. So as I surmised, Chris Franke, the head of Audi Sport Customer Racing, talking to some of the BMW drivers down on the grid, just discussing that, I'm sure. Let's catch you up then very quickly on what's happened overnight. Not much in terms of stuff going around track, other than we've been treated to JCB's doing a bit of clean-up to the course cars playing in the fog, and it was very foggy indeed. That's why we stopped. Peter Mackay and Peter Snowden with us, PMAC and Snowy this morning. PMAC, first of all, to you. A lot of people will want to know which cars will not take the restart. It hasn't been parked firm here, so cars will have been worked on overnight, so they'll all look potentially a lot better than when they pulled in. But as far as we're aware, what are the list of retirements?
Well, good morning, everyone. There are a few retirements, some of which we already knew about, but the number 24 Lion Speed by Car Collection Audi R8 will not return to the starting grid. Another big fan favourite, the number 30 Frickadelli Porsche, is parked up for the day. That was the car with Matt Campbell, Nick Tandy, El Bamber and Matteo Giamine. One of the pre-race favourites had all kinds of problems yesterday and is parked up. But the 31 Frickadelli car is still in the race. The number 68 SP7 Porsche Cup car from RPM Racing, that's the car that Mario Farnbacher was in, the number 68 car, it will not start. Now, the number 87, 718 Cayman, that car was the one involved in a huge accident at the Tiergarten with Stefan Branner on board, but we heard that Stefan is in hospital but in good spirits last night, so hopefully he's been able to get a bit of rest, because that was a big hit last night. The number 169 V2T BMW 3 Series, that's the GT tyre machine which David Drinkwater had been involved in that team driving. That will not take the start. Number 301 Cup 3 EPS Rennsport Porsche Cayman will not start, and also the 350 Black Falcon 911 GT3 Cup MR. That was the car that crashed at Spadenkors when the rain came down very heavy not long after the start of the race.
So we will restart with the cars taking another formation lap behind a safety car in single file, and it will be Rover Racing in the BMW M6 that will restart. Their 1 minute 18 second lead, of course, will have disappeared between themselves and the second place car of Mercedes HRT. Then it's Schubert Motorsport BMW, the number 20 car, the 11 Phoenix Audi, then the Rover Racing number 98 BMW, the top 10 made up by the 911 of Manthey Racing, the Frickadelli, the 31, both Porsches of course, Audi Sport Team Land in the 29 R8, and then a couple of Mercedes with Mercedes Team Get Speed cars 7 and 8 making up the top 10. There was a problem yesterday for the 704. That's the Glickenhaus, of course. When it was leading SPX, Richard Westbrook at the wheel had a couple of very uncharacteristic spins, and that was found to have been a small component on the car which was putting oil onto its own rear tyres. Now, that car got back to the pits. It's been replaced. They've only lost 3 laps, so I'm told that will start this morning. Now, earlier on in the week, we spoke to Jim Glickenhaus as he was leaving the Nürburgring and heading to his dinner appointment, and I started off by asking him how things were going and if he thought he was ready for the challenge this weekend.
Yes, we're very excited. We've made huge changes to 004. We dropped the engine down forward 2 inches and down 1 inch. We put on a massively larger rear wing because we saw so many road examples that were on the cusp of being homologated as a full GT3, which is very exciting. Last year at the ring, the issue we had was we had terrific rear downforce, but in the front we were deficient, so we had a lot of understeer. So by moving the engine forward and down, and by putting much more aero on the front of the car in terms of canards, and we also redid the splitter so that it curves up and is like a secondary canard, we now have a lot more front downforce, so the car is much more balanced. And the final part of the puzzle will be the BOP on the engine. We're going to dyno, and we're going to work with them to get a fair and final BOP. So we're very excited about that. And we think we have a good chance. Now, as you know, it's going to be rain for 4 days. So it's going to be a pretty wet race. And Michelin has a spectacular rain time. We actually moved to become a Michelin team because a couple of years ago we were in first place at the ring, and then the rains came and we were 20 seconds a lap slower on our Dunlops, which became Goodyears, I guess. So we're very happy with Michelin, and they are, of course, also doing our hypercar tires. So we're excited about that.
Good to see some continuity in terms of who's behind the wheel. Felipe Fernandez-Laser, Frank Meyer, Thomas Monk, and Richard Westbrook as well. Well, actually, he's pretty handy in the rain, so he could be another secret weapon.
Yes, exactly. And Richard and Frank are also part of our hypercar program. So they will be driving one of our two hypercars. And we are going to do a demo lap of the hypercar on Saturday at 2 p.m. Before the start of the race. And I think BMW is also doing a special demo lap with one of Sabine's winning cars. So that'll be pretty emotional. And we'll have the hypercar here and be doing that. So we're excited about that. And then that hypercar will go back to our factory in Italy to be totally rebuilt for Monza, where we'll show up with two cars. And then I'm off to Portimao, as you know, to race the one car that was our homologation car and we shook down in Aragon last week, but it's pristine and ready to race.
You're not making life easy for yourself and for all the team in beefing up the for this weekend, while simultaneously developing the hypercar as well. Logistically, has that worked for you? Has it been tense? How's that worked?
Well, it's very complicated because we're also at the same time completely redoing our Baja program. We are really doing a lot of work on our Baja Blue, our Class 2 truck. We're taking 400 pounds out of it. We're adding 200 horsepower to it. And we've lengthened the wheelbase so that it will fit in the period of the whoops that the trophy trucks make. So we think we'll be substantially faster at the Baja also. And in addition, we are on the cusp of working with some very major automotive manufacturers on a hydrogen fuel cell pickup truck that will be a prototype for a pickup truck. It will be very long range, 600-mile range. It will be easily refuelable with liquid hydrogen, which you could get from any welding gas supplier, or they could come to you and refuel. And the cost is very effective. Liquid hydrogen delivered directly to you is about $1.50 a gallon, gasoline equivalent. And so we're doing a lot of things. We're pretty busy.
I know you've got your mind on Nürburgring for this weekend, but I must have a quick word with you about hypercar. Congratulations. I love the way you've gone about this, and the reason that we haven't seen the car until Portimao in a couple of weekends' time is because you were tussling with the idea of top speed versus downforce and drivability. Are you going to let us into the secret then, Jim? Which one won out in the end? Before you homologated, before you tied yourself in to the final spec, very sensibly, you wanted to know all the data. Where have the chips fallen then? Is it the red of top speed or the black of extra downforce and drivability through the corners?
Well, the main thing about Le Mans Hypercar, as you know, is that it is a 5-year program. So once you build your car and you're homologated for 5 years, you really can't change it. So it's very important to get it right because you're locked into it. The second thing is you have to really decide how the tires are going to be, because at Le Mans, as you know, you can't fuel and change tires at the same time, so that if you stop for fuel, your pit stop is, let's say, 30 seconds. But if you stop for fuel and tires, it's more like 40 seconds. And that's a big number to have to make up. So you have to go 2 stints. But, Michelin did not have the ability to work with us because the car didn't exist yet. So Michelin was designing tires for us. And remember, we're the only one that is 2-wheel drive and is using that size tire. So it's a whole brand new thing for Michelin, and they did a very good job. But the one thing that we learned in Portimao is there's still work to be done on the second stint, that the fallout and the degradation is still more than we would like. So this becomes, very important in terms of trying to figure out what the separation is going to be between Le Mans Hypercar and the LMP2s. Now, as you know, Toyota issued a very strong statement saying that they don't think that Le Mans Hypercars and LMP2 should be, quote, in the same ballpark. And, if you think about it, the Le Mans Hypercar program involves Toyota, it involves us, it potentially involves Ferrari, it potentially involves Peugeot. Then you move to conversions where you could have Porsche, Audi, Acura, perhaps BMW might join, maybe General Motors. So you could have a situation by 2023 where you have the major manufacturers of the world racing each other in the top class at Le Mans, which would be spectacular. But the one thing that I think it's fair to say, that if Ferrari feels they could be in a race where at Le Mans where they're beaten by a P2, I don't think they're going to build a car. So there has to be separation. Part of the problem is this: when Le Mans Hypercar was conceived, you had a rule set. The rules went all over the place based on, Aston Martin's going to come in, so they want to use the Valkyrie, so you have to have a heavier car and more horsepower. Guess what? They're not coming in, so it went back. And the problem is that enormous amounts of money were spent by Toyota and us bouncing around regulations that changed every 15 seconds. And we came up with a program where they said, we want you to build a car that can run a 330 at Le Mans that will weigh this amount and have this horsepower. And so we did. Now, there's a lot of internet experts who say, make the hypercars faster. Well, the problem is you can't really make them lighter. We've built them and we've homologated them and we've crash tested them. And they meet a lot of regulations, including safety regulations, should they get sideways or, so that they don't lift off into the stratosphere, stuff like that. And I don't think, quite honestly, that either Toyota or us could take massive amounts of weight out without spending a huge sum of money and taking a lot of time. So that's not happening.
You were very clear right from the start, and you were let's not forget, you were the first manufacturer to commit to the new regulations before they even existed, actually. And you were working along the lines of, you wanted to take the car to Le Mans and you wanted to make the car available to customers. Now it's clearly gone way beyond that now, because you're going to do some of the WEC, which means a car that works at Le Mans isn't necessarily optimum for some of the WEC tracks, and vice versa. Your customers might want to race somewhere else, IMSA, let's say. How have all of those things come in to the car that we'll see at Portimao, and has that required compromise or just lateral thinking?
Well, certainly compromise and lateral thinking. And you're 100% right. I mean, we have clients who are American-based who would love to race the 24 Hours of Daytona, perhaps Lime Rock, which is a home track, Watkins Glen, Petit Le Mans, Sebring, of course, which is part of both WEC and IMSA. And they want to race Le Mans, and they may want to race a European race, but they don't necessarily want to race in Bahrain or Fuji. So this is reality. So we have to build a car that can race at different places, frankly, has lower running costs, is very durable. I mean, we have 10,000 kilometers on our mules, so the car we had at Aragon, so we feel we can manage that. But going, further, as you say, a car that could win Portimao is not necessarily a car that can win Le Mans, because if you're forced to keep the same aero, they're two quite different tracks. And you need a compromise in how much downforce you want versus how much max you want. And I think that the head of program, Lucas Michetti, did a fantastic job coming up with a car that will work well in a lot of places. And I think Pipo came up with a magnificent engine. It's the best sounding racing engine I've heard, frankly, in my life. It reminds me of a 67 Formula One engine with its flat crank twin turbo V8. You may hear it from England. The thing was pretty loud. When we were testing in Aragon, I heard it back in the hotel 5 miles away. So
that's what we want, though. We want emotion. You and I have talked about emotion a lot, and I know how much racing means to you, and it needs to be visceral, and it needs to be atmospheric. I have no issue with that, and I'm sure a lot of our listeners won't either. Let me quickly, because I know you're busy, let me quickly drag you back to this weekend then. In amongst all of those works teams, this is absolutely Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus ground where you're taking on the big boys. Genuine chance for a victory? Are you going to go for pole in the shootout? What do you think? And what would you consider to be a good job well done this weekend, Jim?
I think this weekend we have a real chance to win this race. I don't know how crazy we will be in the shootout. We only have one car, so I'm not going to have the guys push to the point where they could lose the car and do something stupid. And it's a long race, and in the rain, it's a very long race. But we are going to try to win. We think we have a car that can win, and if we get a fair BOP on the engine, which I think we will, we're going to be a force to be reckoned with. And, conversely, in the WEC, the car is very good. We know how fast it is because we've benchmarked it now against two LMP2s. We will be running with Toyota. We're not going to be ridiculously slow or anything like that. I think the Alpine is going to have a problem with the fuel. I don't think it can fit enough fuel in itself to be competitive in a longer race. But I do think that at Portimao on the second stint, we will be running at the same speed of the P2s. And in the first stint, we will be slightly faster. I think at Monza, we will be faster than the P2s because of the straights and stuff like that. And I think at Le Mans, we will, also with the stint times. But I do think that, the WEC has to decide what they want in the future and how much pain they may have to take in the short run to make manufacturers believe that if they build a Le Mans hypercar or an IMSA version of it, and that they are going to be a clear victor. I mean, I'll leave you with this thought. In 1960s, 400,000 people went to Le Mans, and they watched dream prototypes that still could be conceived of as being road cars not fighter jets like the LMP ones became, sort of, the Ferrari P3, 4, and the Fords and stuff like that. There was a second tier of prototypes, which were 2 liters, which were very cool looking and road car like, but they never, the odds of one of them winning against, a Ford Mark IV were slim to none. However, having said that, they still look like road cars. And then there were the GT cars. So in my vision, I think that we should go back to dream prototypes, second-tier prototypes that are smaller, lighter, smaller engines, but in no way are going to challenge the top class. And I think that could be a platform for smaller manufacturers like you guys have in the UK to build cars and road legal versions of them and to race at Le Mans. And then, of course, GTs, which I personally think that GTE is over and that we're going to go to GT3 to save money and stuff. And I think that that could be a great future for it. But there's going to be some pain. They're going to have to slow down the LMP2s further than they have already. And if they don't, and if they're seconds apart, they really run the risk that, guys like Ferrari are going to take a look at it and say, you know what, this is too close for comfort. Let's see what happens.
Jim Glickenhaus talking to me earlier on this week. It's the Radio Show Limited network of channels, Sound and Vision together. Talk about that in a moment. An update from Race Control. The race, the formation lap now pushed back to 11 o'clock with still fog shrouding the pit and paddock area and parts of the Nordschleife still not cleared to race. Peter Snowden and Peter Mackay with me, John Hindhaugh, in the Global Broadcast Centre. Jim Glickenhaus, first of all, Peter, a man who is ever extraordinary, comes from a filmmaking background, doesn't know the meaning of it can't be done. He's been building up to this here at the Nürburgring and, of course, going to Le Mans for many years now. In some ways, a throwback to a previous time when people built their own cars to go racing.
I was just going to say the word that springs to mind is privateer.
True privateer.
True privateer, yeah. The old school way of doing it, which just doesn't happen now. It's corporate. It's interesting, if you look at his film career, though, as you say, he was an independent. And he basically backed out of it because of the studios getting so much money behind them to pay the actors too much.
He was an independent. No surprise look on my face.
Exactly.
As you say that.
Yeah, and exactly what he's doing again. He's doing it his way, isn't it? And he's got his own. But just listen to that interview there. The depth of knowledge and thought that's gone to that. It's not just let's just go and build a car. There's so much more to it.
All right. We're here at the Nürburgring and we're waiting to get back underway again. But if we take it to Le Mans and we're back with WEC next weekend, we'll have that for you on the RSL audio channels with Bruce, myself, and the voice of WEC, Johnny Palmer. Portimao 8 hours, by the way, next Sunday. The fact that there are now a set of regulations in position where a Jim Glickenhaus with some backers can design, build, test, and then run at Le Mans a car of their own making. Surely, though, that means, and take on Toyota as it will be this year, Peugeot, Ferrari, we know are coming with cars of similar construction in LMH, Porsche, Audi, perhaps other members of the Volkswagen AG family, GM expecting an announcement from them next weekend at the Detroit Sports Car Classic about their LMDH, Honda, Acura. The fact that Jim Glickenhaus can do that at an investment level that is attainable, it's not the money that we would find down the back of the sofa. Surely that means that ACO and IMSA are doing something right.
Absolutely. I think the very valid point and the excellent point you make there, John, is we've said privateer and independent. We normally think of those in GT terms. Go and get a Corvette, go and buy a Ferrari, go and buy an Aston, whatever it may be, a manufacturer. No, okay, you can build your own thing. Don Panos did that 20 years ago, 2 decades ago. But we're talking the hypercar category. And to take it on at that level, as you say, it isn't quite what we find down behind the sofa, as you'd say, even loose change in the car, in that coin tray. So that's no small effort to do that. But I said, just going back to the interview there, the depth of knowledge and thought that's gone into, you just hear it coming out and what he was saying. It's quite incredible, and great to see it to work properly. It'd be great to see it out on track, and it'd be great to see it out today, carrying on. It's back in. That's that little issue they had, the technical issue that caused Richard Westbrook to have a couple of spins, as we said, didn't we at the time? Most unlike him to do that. So I'm glad that it's been defined as that.
That's Snowy, Peter Snowden, Peter Mackay, PMAC. What did that cost them, Peter, in terms of that issue with Westbrook? Because, of course, there's been no laps being turned for quite a long time now.
Yeah, if anything, the fog has played in the favour of the Glickenhaus team. And
hang on a minute, Jim Glickenhaus, formerly Hollywood movie producer, has he got fog machines around the place? I mean,
probably dry ice ones.
Dry ice, yeah. It actually is about that. It's just put it in post. Put it in post-production. I'm only joking. Peter Mackay, where do they stand now overall and in class, the SPX class?
So they've lost 3 laps to the overall leader, but as you know, they've got a brilliant spirit of endurance to the Glickenhaus team, and they're here to win overall. That's probably going to be too difficult now, but they are only 1 lap down on the class leader, which is the SPX class Space Drive Racing Mercedes AMG. Now that's the car that has got an electric, steer-by-wire system, and that's why it's an SPX class rather than SP9. And Snowy, you've been doing a bit of digging about what that system entails and why they're developing it.
Yeah, thanks very much. Peter, we have. I had a chat with Darren Turner, one of the drivers in that car, of course, synonymous with Aston Martin, but their race programme concentrating more on privateers at the moment. So Nicky T, we see in an Audi, and Darren in this Mercedes. As you said quite rightly there, it's SPX, which is effectively a GT3 car, but in the development category. And it just goes back to what we've said so many times, all of us, over the years of these things, that the Nürburgring 24-hour race, there's no greater testing ground of technology. We alluded yesterday, didn't we, to how cars have got so much more reliable. Well, this car, it's normally for performance, but this isn't for performance, this fly-by-wire steering. It is a development for road vehicles, for mobility vehicles, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're not developing it so performance gain. Chatting to Darren, it was very interesting. I said, how do you feel about it? Just very, very simply from a driving point of view, how do you feel about driving the car? And he said, frankly, if nobody told him to start with, he wouldn't have noticed. It's that good. He would say, I think he said it was about 98% there, and I think it was Bruce Jones that sort of mentioned to me. He said, well, does he not wonder about disappearing down into the foxhole and having a computer glitch? And I mentioned that to Darren, and his response was, well, whatever you're driving, as you go into the foxhole, you pucker up, was the quote.
Yeah.
He said, you just do that a bit more in this, and that's all it is. What was interesting is, he said there's no difference in feel, whatever. So the only thing he would say that's just that the last bit that they're using this race to fine-tune and develop is down to the level of, it doesn't affect a road car, but they want to get it so spot on that they're using the race car when it's where you can feel the way the tyres grain up and the ultimate performance on a slick in particular. There's just that last little bit they just want to sort of work out how the feel is and get some data from that, and then they can transfer that to the road car stuff, and it's making the road car absolutely just top notch, and that's what it'll be in terms of mobility issues. So it's interesting if you look into the history. I think it's been around 20 odd years as Space Drive as a company, and that's the vehicles they provide. So really is prove it on the track and put it on the road.
If you're just joining us, formation lap has been rescheduled to 40 minutes after the original plan. It's now 11 o'clock here in the Eiffel. That is 13 minutes away. At RSL_studio, hashtag RSLN24. Thanks very much to Christoph B. Racing needs to be visceral and emotional. That's the sort of thing that comes out when you talk to Jim Glickenhaus, because he understands that, and he elicits that kind of response and thought pattern when I'm talking to him. I've known Jim for a very long time, since he very first came into motor racing. Met him here at the Nürburgring, and he was keen to give us some of his time, and I spent a lot of time with him the first few years that he was here, and he's brilliant and irrepressibly enthusiastic, and exactly what we need, I think, in endurance motor racing. If you've got any questions, RSL_studio, hashtag RSLN24. Some questions coming in about the restart order. Peter Mackay, you've been digging through the regulations, and before we give the restart order, and we've got some restart drivers for you, how was that determined at the time last night when the red flag went out at local time? Call it 20 minutes before 11 local time last night.
This was just about the time before Joe Bradley and I just started talking about the merits of certain types of diet, which neither of us are taking part in. So I'm quoting from the regulations, the starting grid of the race/classification. Now that's important. So if we don't go back racing, the same thing applies. The starting grid of the race or classification of the race will be based on the positions at the moment just before the race leader crossed the line for the last time before the race was suspended or stopped. So back to the last complete lap, if in other terms.
Okay, so much of all the things that are different about the Nürburgring 24P Mac, that is very much the same as any other circuit racing. Sometimes it's one lap, sometimes it's two, depending on whether it's a full completed lap. But effectively, that's what's happened. They've gone back to the last time the leader crossed the line before the red flag was thrown. So it might have been that the leader was 3/4 of the way around and had lost 3 positions by the time the red flag came out, but it was the start of that lap when the red flag came out, yes?
That's correct, yes. So at that point, it was the number 1 Rover Oil BMW was over a minute ahead, but there was sort of a bit back and forth on pit stop times. The number 4 Mercedes was sitting second, was right in there as well, and it's of course all of that's going to kind of come back together. All of those gaps that were there, as long as you're on the lead lap, you're back in the race basically. And there are 21 cars on the lead lap. That is extraordinary.
In the SP9 class.
In SP9, yes. My apologies,
We'll get the guys to go through the updates when Bruce Jones and Joe Bradley come in a minute or two. The bad news in some ways, first of all, it hasn't been parked firm here, so if there was anything you needed to do, a bit of service to put a new set of brakes in, then that's been done. Bad news for Mercedes-AMG Team HRT, Snowy, because Adam Christodoulou had made his 5th pit stop, as had the Schubert Motorsport BMW, and therefore they were, they were 1 minute and 17 down, but they had that pit stop done, and they would have resumed in the lead once the Rover Racing BMW. That's all gone now. We're all starting from zero again, effectively.
That's the galling bit, isn't it? That they've got a great strategy and it was working to perfection. Not that far into the race in reality, and all of a sudden it's just all kibosh. It's gone. It's taken away. It's got to start again. So again, we used this phrase a few times yesterday, John. I think you did in the qualifying days, of recalibrating your mind, or not just the drivers. We've got to remember all the teams involved in this as well. They've got to recalibrate and reset again. We've had such a break. It's almost effectively forget yesterday and start again.
Still no good news from the Nordschleife, I'm afraid. The fog still too dense to be considered safe. I suspect, and I don't know this, so don't shoot me down in flames for this, I suspect medical air cover would not be able to fly in this weather. And the other thing that we don't know either is the designated trauma centre, what the weather conditions are like there, because that could also be playing in to the calculations. That has happened here in the past, but there's no movement on the grid. You're not missing any action for the moment. The good news is the cars are all lined up in restart order. We'll take a wee bit of time before we go through the starting drivers. It will be a safety car single file restart on the formation lap. So single file behind the safety car. I suspect that as soon as they roll, I was going to say the clock will start running again, but I'm talking nonsense because, of course, as I run through that in my head and listen to myself speaking, I realise the clock's never stopped. So the clock is still running as far as the 49th running of the Total 24 ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Let's bring in Bruce Jones and Joe Bradley, who will be taking over in about 6 minutes time on our rotation. Mr. Jones, good morning. Our dog has been walked, several bacon butties ready to go.